Try this again. I think it's right next door. Good morning. Perfect, okay. Good morning. The May 21st, 2026 meeting of Charter Authorization Panel is called to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Arkansas Department of Education Auditorium and ask that you please silence all electronic devices. The goal is to facilitate a fair and responsible hearing. So for the record, I ask each person speaking to please state your name and title each time you speak into the microphone. I ask that you continue to speak clearly in the microphone throughout your presentation for the benefit of the panel, this audience, and the viewing audience. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and a transcript of the meeting will be posted on the DESE website. So again, good morning to all our panel members. I'm glad you're able to make it here with us today. I don't think there's any changes to the agenda, so we will proceed as printed. So before we get started on our action item agenda, I would like for Ms. Rainey to come forward and please provide an overview of the procedures for today's action agenda. And Ms. Julie Rainey from ADE Legal.
Go over some general operating procedures. All persons, with the exception of attorneys representing the parties who plan to provide testimony during the hearing, must be sworn by the chair of the panel. The charter school or applicant will have 20 minutes to present its case to the panel for approval of the proposed charter school application renewal or request. The chair may grant additional time if necessary. Parties opposed to the charter school's application renewal or request will have 20 minutes to present its case to the authorizer. This is the total amount of time allotted for the presentation regarding opposition to the application, renewal, or request. The chair of the panel may grant additional time if necessary. The charter school or applicant shall have 5 minutes to respond to any arguments in opposition to the charter school application renewal or request. The chair of the panel may grant additional time if necessary. The authorizer will follow the presentations with discussion of the public charter school application renewal or request and questions, if any, to the open enrollment, public charter school, or applicant opposing parties, or both. Additionally, an affected school district may submit written comments concerning the application to the authorizer to be considered at the time of the authorizer's review of the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so first on our action item agenda for today is Fort Smith School District Conversion Charter Application for Global Innovation Academy, and it's being presented by Dr. Darrell Smith.
Well, good morning, everybody. We got a full house for you. My name is Darrell Smith, Assistant Commissioner, Office of School Choice at the Department of Education. Coming before you this morning is the Fort Smith Public Schools District and their district conversion application for the Global Innovation Academy. It's a proposed K-5 district conversion charter that is going to operate within a school model at Bonneville Elementary. The model is designed as a specialized elementary academy built around Singapore math, Mandarin language instruction, the Pittsco science, project-based learning, small grade level cohorts, advisory support, STEM clubs, and the 5th grade capstone. The district frames the proposal as a response to Fort Smith's regional context, including foreign military missions at Ebbing National Air Force Base, Air Guard Base, and the need for the globally oriented academic options for military-connected international and local families within their district. This model relies on the operational capacity of the Fort Smith Public Schools and the host campus structure at the elementary school. The design lowers the startup risk by allowing the academy to share facilities, counseling, nursing, food service operations, and other support services while attempting to preserve a distinct instructional model and a separate accountability for their GIA students. With all that said, we have several representatives from the school district and the school administration here to present to you today.
Okay, thank you. Okay, So before you begin your presentation, I would like all of you that plan to speak on behalf of your application to please stand so you can be sworn in. Sorry, I didn't know which side of the room to look at. They were looking right by you, looking over here. Okay, there you go. Okay, so all those giving testimony today on behalf of Fort Smith School District Conversion Charter Application for Global Innovation Academy, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you may begin your presentation.
Good morning, Charter Authorization Panel. I appreciate your time and hearing our proposal today. I also like to introduce my team here. I have Dr. Kelly Minton, Assistant Superintendent, Curriculum Instruction, Dr. Kim Starr, Director of Elementary Education, Ms. Jones, Principal of Bonneville Elementary, is on the Zoom link, and General Brown is here to support this proposal as well. Appreciate your time, sir. Also, I'd like to thank Dr. Turker and Dr. Smith and Mr. Scott and the entire team of the School Choice and Parent Empowerment Department. Been very helpful along the way as we've been rolling this out and getting some feedback with the great team at Fort Smith rolling out the work here. Okay, here we are. This gives you the branded logo for the Global Innovation Academy. As Dr. Smith so eloquently put it, this will be a school within a school at existing Bonneville Elementary School that's centrally located in our district. K-5 opportunity. We like the tagline, where global connections meet local innovations, and it'll be a focus on STEM, as mentioned, as well as Singapore math and Mandarin language. I'll let you see the vision and mission and just kind of outline a couple of highlights there. Our vision, of course, a world-class community of innovators, supportive small school community operations, as well as providing curiosity and creativity, advanced study, collaboration, resilience, and ethical responsibility as part of our mission at this site. I always ask the why. Why would we want to do something like this in Fort Smith, Arkansas? The why is around a focus on rigor, project-driven learning, personalization, specialized opportunities, as well as extracurricular resources that might be kind of out of the box and innovative along the lines of a focus on robotics, computer sciences, coding, and a real hands-on approach across the curriculum. Some other highlights there, you can see this will be a STEM academy, again, housed within an existing elementary. It'll be a kind of a global feel. We'll do some branding to ensure it has a global feel. It'll look different as you walk into that wing of the building. It'll have its own branding and unique situations. You'll see a focus on classroom and lab work on a constant basis, collaborative teaming, equitable access across the district for our students. We anticipate at least 100 students from Fort Smith. K-5 would apply and be accepted as part of this, and we anticipate hopefully anticipate 20 to 40 students from Singapore or Poland or Finland or Germany that may have an interest in this type of academy. And again, as mentioned earlier, small STEM cohorts engaged in personalized instruction, strong teacher-student relations, and great academic motivation. What will this academy provide? You can see the different opportunities we have presented. Just a little explanation on PITSCO. It's a science-based curriculum. It's based on hands-on learning. Again, it's based on robotics, engineering, problem solving, and going deep into learning through that science lens. We've been in partnerships with our community and our military community for at least 3 to 4 years now, talking about this concept. I visited Singapore last summer. We've had multiple meetings with Singapore delegation, Germany, Poland, Finland delegation, and always the question is, what's the educational opportunities when we move to this region? What are the banking opportunities we're housing? But education is a top priority. So along the line of discussion, we discussed as a district, we really need to enhance our opportunities for a global type learning setting. We've got some history in Fort Smith with some innovative academies. We have a health science academy at Darby Middle School, where the students go to school in a clinic-like setting in the 6th grade. They go to an on-site classroom at Baptist Hospital in the 7th grade, an on-site hospital at Mercy Hospital in the 8th grade. So we've had that rolled out about 4 years now, and it's very popular. We just will open a computer science academy in the fall at Chapin Middle School, which will have a similar type rollout as the Health Science Academy. And of course, if you haven't heard of the Peak Innovation Center, it's a regional school partnership with UA Fort Smith. Also partners like ABB, ArcBest, Mercy, Baptist, Haas Engineering. So this academy at the elementary level is kind of an advancement in pushing those types of philosophies down to a younger age, which is kind of one of my desires, to begin looking at not just high school, not just middle school, but how do we enhance our elementary school opportunities, and that's part of that community support. All of those people that I've mentioned have been involved in those academies as well as discussions around this particular opportunity. Recently, we've done a lot of informal surveying over the last 3 or 4 years from a lot of military partners, local family partners, and advisory committees that I have, which are several of. But recently, we did a formal, just a push out of information just to get some survey from the broad general public, about 510 respondents, to give a more formal number of stakeholder input. But you can see some of the results of that gathering of input as well. And then the educational model there, a little bit redundant, but you see there the approach on the left, and then you also see the focus on the co-curricular opportunities on the right. I'm very excited about Mandarin K-5. I've always been a proponent of foreign language K-12, and as a district, we will offer Mandarin K-5 at the Global Innovation Academy, as well as Singapore Math and our STEM-related curriculum. We plan to offer Singapore Math and Mandarin after school hours at the same location. We have been told by our former military service most of the students will be elementary age, but there may be a few at the secondary level that may want to access the learning after school hours. But over time, the district will look at how do we continue to offer Mandarin as an opportunity for our students in middle school and high school, at least as an elective. So we might have a K-12 model where students are choosing to continue Mandarin as they move forward. And we're trying to move a little faster than this initial timeline. We're hopeful to have this opening in the fall of 27. But you can see the timeline. We've already done some work as far as the curriculum development, a lot of collaborative work with several stakeholders around what that can look like. Some of the challenges, and so just to be completely transparent, I've already told our partners this will be something we roll out, but it'll be a process of continual input because Mandarin, like a lot of foreign languages, may have a specific dialect. So we'll continually get feedback on how to adjust that to make sure we're meeting those needs of the most common dialect. And also Singapore Math with those focuses on standards that are appropriate. And so we will always operate on a path of continuous improvement. We will do this as we roll out the Global Innovation Academy as well. But we're doing some branding on the I guess it'd be kind of like a storefront entry to this. Also looking at furniture that might be unique to classroom labs and things of that nature and collaborative learning to make this really pop for our students, our families at Fort Smith Public Schools and our foreign military partners. And then I'll leave you with this. Global Innovation Academy will foster innovation, academic excellence, and career readiness by combining rigorous academics and hands-on projects, mentorships, and real-world applications. The program will prepare the students to lead in STEM fields while building an inclusive, collaborative learning community. As I mentioned, this is our fourth endeavor, Peak Health Science Academy and also Computer Science Academy. This is our first charter application. And the question around, as I mentioned earlier, it's very important to talk about the why. We will probably be asking for some waivers around certification in specifically Mandarin and maybe Singapore Math possibly. Also some seat time waivers because if we're going to implement Mandarin as part of the full day curriculum, there has to be some seat time. I'd like to say this global innovation will really make, which I know is the philosophy of the Department of Ed, move away from seat time to mastery time and focus on mastery time, which will be a foundational point of this Global Innovation Academy. So some flexibility in some of those areas will help us move from seat time to mastery time across the board K-5 in this academy. And with that, I'd open up for any questions you might have.
So before we take questions, can I have Ms. Rainey from ADE Legal to please let us know if there's any concerns that we need to be aware of in regards to the charter application?
Hi, Julia Rainey, ADE. We have no legal concerns.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay. All right, so ready for questions? I'll start with Dr. Moore.
Hello?
Thank you for your presentation. One question I have is about Singapore math.
Yes.
So are you going to use another curriculum with that, or is that a standalone curriculum?
We currently use, and if I say something incorrect, please correct me. We currently use Eureka Math, and it has some foundational components of Singapore Math that are embedded. But we were wanting to move toward authentic Singapore Math, and some of the differences of Singapore Math, and a lot of our proposed vendors are adopting a lot of Singapore Math, but not truly authentic according to our collaboration with Singapore. So it's a mastery before moving on type philosophy. It's a lot of diagramming and bar graphing. It's a lot of algebraic thinking. It's a lot of concrete, abstract thinking. It's a lot of practice to get the mastery to move on. And it's also a little bit less focus on multiple standards, but mastery of the foundational components to be able to move to higher level, as well as rigorous word problems and also problem-solving philosophy.
So on that, have you ensured alignment to the Arkansas math standards with the Singapore math curriculum? Because it's not one that's on the list of HQIM for
And
Arkansas.
that's actually kind of one of the components of the charter itself as well, is to have the autonomy to look at Singapore math, even though it's not an approved vendor, even though it's already infused in several curriculums of math. Could either one of you speak more to that, or is that? Okay. Yeah. The other thing that will be unique and it'll be an opportunity for us too is we'll have the Global Innovation Academy. We'll be able to compare some of the atlas to say, okay, is this charter that's allowing us to really do authentic Singapore math, are we seeing different results from this level of standards versus what's embedded in our Eureka Math as it aligns with state standards?
Okay, because I'm a former math educator, so I really like the concrete, pictorial, abstract piece of Singapore math, and that's one reason Eureka Math is so good is because it embeds that.
Yes.
But I just haven't known anyone that's used it fully as a curriculum in Arkansas to ensure that it's aligned to our standards. So that's something
Our initial thoughts were really similar to yours as we were kind of teaching that with Eureka. But as we collaborate more with Singapore, they want it to be a little more authentic. And that's one of those things I mentioned earlier. We'll continually get feedback to improve as we roll this out to see what we need to adjust or change. But you have a better understanding of it than I do as well, so appreciate that.
So just additional question on that. I know that you have a little bit of runway to train faculty, but what does that training look like for Singapore Math, which is really, without good professional development, that would be a real challenge for an educator to.
It will, and that's actually listed, I think, in the proposal too, of some of the things we'll highlight. I think it's bulleted in there around the Singapore Math training. We'll certainly look within. We do have some staff that are trained in probably more abundantly in Singapore Math. I don't know if it's completely as what is expected from our partners, but building on that staff that we may have with additional training, but also, as I said, give and take with Singapore, because we're in discussions with their education department as well. What is it that we need to focus on that we may be missing? So that will be part of that partnership and discussion as well.
Okay, that's the only questions I have at this time, but I might have more after the rest of the panel. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Baldwin?
It was interesting to read your application. I never would have thought we'd be talking about Singapore Math and Mandarin, but it's kind of exciting. So I'm not an educator, so it's kind of a different thing for me. I'm a banker, and I have kind of some, questions about intended purpose for the conversion charter. And I'm assuming that this is because of the new mission for the Air Base in Fort Smith, and you are looking at how you're going to handle the families and the kids of folks.
Yes, this concept kind of developed with collaboration with recruitment and also obtaining the foreign military sales at Ebbing, as well as the philosophy of creating rigorous academies at the elementary level. So this kind of were two opportunities met, and we were able to see that we can get several goals met with this opportunity.
So the decision to go with the Singapore Math and Mandarin, is that because you expect a large population of folks that are from Singapore and other places that would speak Mandarin?
Yes, we are. Our partnership at Ebbing, the Singapore population is going to be the longest withstanding population that stays in our area for a longer period of time, several years. Poland, Germany, and Switzerland, my understanding is more short-term come and go. But our Singapore families also have a culture where they bring their entire family when they move for the training. Some of the other foreign countries' cultures, they're sending only a pilot or less family members. So knowing that we're going to have an influx of anywhere from 30 to 50 initially students, and it could grow, we thought it was our obligation to stand up an educational opportunity that would enhance their ability, so when they return home, if you know much about Singapore education, there's a couple of times they take very high stake tests that dictate the trajectory they go, and we certainly want to make sure they're prepared to go back and do well on those assessments.
So it's the long-term mission that caused.
Long-term.
Yeah. So I guess one of my questions was, would you also offer Polish and German? But it sounds like probably not, since those pilots
We're not
will be here.
expecting a great amount of students from some of the other countries. However, if that evolved, because this is all new, if that evolved, we would look at ways to immerse opportunities for those populations as well. Just recently, we had 2 students from Finland in our, one in middle school and one in high school. So that's our first experience with some students coming as part of the foreign military. But we have been told the predominant population will be from Singapore.
Okay. So my final question would be, how hard is it to find people who speak Mandarin? And I would guess it would be difficult, and probably the talent pool is not deep. So talk to us about how this works with the educators involved, and also the Mandarin math. Sounds like that's unique. Do you have people that you've identified that can do that, or will you bring people in from other places?
We have discovered, just recently talking with some staff at UA Fort Smith, they have some individuals that have background in teaching Mandarin that may be an opportunity. We also have talked to Singapore as they move all of their families from Luke. There's a real possibility that the Mandarin teacher that's at Luke teaching Mandarin behind the wall would be transferring to our area. Don't know that for certain yet. So we feel like there'll be some opportunities to have a really good Mandarin teacher. Not sure if they'll be credentialed in the state of Arkansas. That's one of the reasons for the charter as well. But we feel pretty good about that currently.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Bacon?
Thank you for the presentation and for the idea. I think this is really interesting and innovative. And you may have this in the documents, and I might not have seen it. Why Bonneville, and why do you think that that school can succeed with such an innovative approach?
Yeah, Bonneville is centrally located. If you know much about Fort Smith, it's right there at Rogers and Waldron, which is almost the center of town. Very close to the Air Force Base. As a result of our collaboration with foreign military, there's also been an uptick in housing being built. And this has been an ongoing discussion with our foreign military friends. And there's a lot of brand new housing that's going up in probably within a mile of Bonneville Elementary. So, and Bonneville had some space. They had adequate space to build a school within a space that was vacant. So that, we looked at several factors, and that's why it kind of landed at Bonneville.
Okay. And I think you said the principal, is it Mrs. Jones, is on Zoom with us?
I believe so.
Yeah, Ms. Jones, how are you this morning? I'd like to ask, just sort of thinking about this is going to transform your school. So, first of all, how long have you been the principal at this school?
This is year 5 for me.
Okay, 5 years. So talk to me about, as a leader, how you see your role maybe changing or shifting if this conversion is put in place, and sort of anything that will be different about the way you approach leading that school.
Well, it will be different in some ways, but the same in a lot of ways. I mean, I'll just be the principal of the school as well. I mean, we'll have more children here, but as far as how it's going to change, the staff that we have here are very, very excited about this. And community-wise, I can tell you, I've had people when I've been out and about. For instance, when I went to pick up some food for Teacher Appreciation a couple of weeks ago, I had a person behind the counter ask if I was the principal of Bonneville, and she asked that very question because she has a 5-year-old student that she is wanting to apply when she starts for kindergarten. And she said, how do you think it's going to change your school? I said, well, I'm still going to be the principal. We're going to do things. We're going to follow procedures the way that we always have. The students will be in a separate area of the building, but they will also attend lunch with Bonneville students and our AMP classes, which are art, music, PE. they will attend those classes with them as well. So it will be separate, but they will all be my Bonneville kids.
Yeah, I want to say how impressed I was looking through this and how much you all have engaged the community, even down to polling them for the name of the school and some of these other pieces, and making sure that you have an interest within your community there. So I think that's wonderful. So
Thank you.
good work with that. Just sort of following up, Ms. Jones, your staff, I know you've been there 5 years, you probably feel like you have a phenomenal staff. What will you be looking for, and what will be different as you're recruiting and training and supporting teachers in your building if you're a conversion charter than what you've maybe been doing in the past?
Well, many teachers
sorry.
have strengths.
Ms. Jones, before you state again, do you mind restating like your full name and your role with the school, just for the record?
Yes, ma'am, I'm
Okay.
sorry about that. My name is Donna Jones, and I'm the principal at Bonneville Elementary.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So many teachers have different strengths and weaknesses. For instance, with our upper grades, we departmentalize, and I'm sure you know what that means, where one fourth grade teacher may teach math and science while the other does the ELA because that's their strength. Certainly, we will be looking for highly effective teachers. I have already had educators approach me about this opportunity. Those who are geared toward math and science, who are very interested, but looking for those teachers who are strong in those areas, and who are highly effective.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. That's good to know that you already have people, because you're going to be looking for some really special skills. And so
Yes.
that you feel confident that you'll be able to find the high-level staff you need. I know that my colleagues have sort of hit on that for Singapore math, Mandarin. You feel confident you'll be able to put the staff together to pull this off.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. Stewart?
Good morning.
Good
Thank
morning.
you so much for the presentation. And like my colleagues have mentioned, a really thorough packet of information that you all supplied us. So we're grateful for that.
I think we've got a great team that's been working on this, along with the department.
We appreciate that because I know that's time consuming.
Mhm.
One of the things that has already been hit upon was teacher recruitment. Obviously, you can tell that is definitely a concern. We know that is an issue across the state, just in a normal kind of setting, but for something as specialized as this. Talk to us a little bit about the timeline that you kind of have prepared
Right.
for that recruitment piece, and then second, for that professional development in these extremely specialized areas that
Yeah.
you'll be looking at.
Depending on next steps, if we feel like we'll be approved to open in the fall, we've already discussed the recruitment of students and staff would be early as October to get ready for the next year with the application process and all that. Just being a Global Innovation Academy, I think, will be a big source of recruiting in itself. I think the uniqueness of this academy, the focus on STEM, I think there's going to be a big desire from some of our internal staff to be a part of this. Of course, we'll have to vet them out, make sure they have the training for this type of focus to make sure it's at a very high level. As far as the Singapore math and the curriculum, those are still things that we're working to roll out, specifically the training. I think we identified in the packet some of the training focuses, but we still will have to continue to work with our friends from Singapore to make sure we're hitting that as well. We've actually visited some, and I'm going back to Luke Air Force Base in June. We visited schools in that area and spoke to them specifically around the things they were offering Singapore, and we'll probably continue to use them as a resource to find out how do we get the right training for the right person. The other thing that we're uniquely looking at too that I won't have a big interest in is the students from Luke and the Phoenix area, when they go back, we're trying currently to get what was the learning data when they went back from their experiences at Luke, and if there are deficient areas that they can show us, then we can highlight in our model and try not to replicate some of the deficient areas. So we've been in talk with Singapore about getting that data too to help us stand up the right training and the right resources for those students. I don't know, did I answer your question there?
Yeah, no, that's very helpful, and I do appreciate the fact that you're looking at kind of best practices
Yes.
and how you can avoid some of those maybe pitfalls, if you will. So I think that's great. one of the other things that I noticed just in the application, it talked about a rubric and student selection and the application. Can you talk a little bit about that and just provide some clarity around what that looks like from the student perspective that may be applying?
Yes. From our experience with our Health Science Academy, our Computer Science Academy, there's a rubric that weights different things for student access, and one of them may be it may be weighted a little heavy because they're tied to a military family, whether U.S., because the U.S. is going to have a lot of military families relocate too, and we want this to be stood up for them as well. So there'll be some weight to that, and then there'll be some weight to their academic performance. It's a little different at elementary, so it'll look a little different because some of them will be starting kindergarten, and there'll be some weight to how well they intervene. We do in-person application, in-person interview at the middle school level. I don't know if we've vetted all that out. Would one of you like to speak to some of the aspects of the rubric? Has that been vetted out completely? We're still working on it? Okay. But we're using our model from the Health Science Academy, but we've already spoken about these. We do know that military component will be weighted because it's stood up for U.S. and foreign military and our own students. And there'll be some rubric around the application, what that may look like. Of course, weighted toward the fact that it's elementary school students. And then also their in-person interview. At the elementary level, it may be an in-person interview with their parent. So we'll make adjustments according to age. So those are things we're still, as our committee, working through all the details.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I don't want to take too much time, but that made me think about support services. I know it was addressed in the application as well, but when
Yes.
we're thinking about the rubric and applying and things like that, how is specifically for special education? I know you mentioned you'll have staffing for that.
Yes.
How is that going to be, part of the application process or rubric?
We'd still follow their IEP as a
Okay.
member of the Global Innovation Academy. We still provide those same instructional supports. That's going to be for special ed or for it could be dyslexia. It could be something where we have an interventionist that is assisting for a math or things of that nature. So we currently have math and English interventionists, and we'll follow the IEP and things of that nature.
Okay, well, I appreciate it, and I do have to say, I appreciate the fact that you all are providing this opportunity for military families, that are coming to the U.S. as well as our U.S. service
Yes.
people and families, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Dr. Bashir,
Good morning.
Good morning.
So Fort Smith is really known as an innovative district within the state, and you all host others to visit. I'm thinking of your Health Science Academy
Yes.
and Peak, and so thank you for that, and really just appreciating another model here that's looking to serve a very specific need.
Thank
So, yeah, one of the questions that I have, what might be some critical learning from the other innovations that your district has been a part of that will be really important to apply with this new opening?
Some of the critical learning is be patient. It's a process, and none of us like to build the airplane while we're flying it, but there are circumstances where that's required. Health Science Academy was a good example. The first year, the number of applicants was low, but once the word got out of the rigor and the everything being taught through the lens of medical careers, whether it's social studies, talking about how medical treatment took place in different wars, so you can make it apply. Now it's overflow. We can't get everybody into it that wants to. So moving forward, what we learned there is to be patient. Also, continually collaborate with Mercy and Baptist so that it's an authentic academy. It's not just on the wall. It's truly curriculum taught through the lens of healthcare and continual feedback. So we saw that as we rolled out the Computer Science Academy coming this fall with Chaffin, that the enrollment there, because of what we learned at Darby, was exactly what we needed it to be. The numbers were high.
Okay.
And so those are some things we've learned. This is a little different because it's elementary, so I expect we're going to learn some things that we haven't learned previously at the middle schools as we roll this out. But I think that continual collaboration, feedback is essential, and patience.
Thank you. So,
Thank you.
A related question to that, military families have very unique needs.
Yes.
As you think about international military families and potentially some local military families that'll be interested, what are some ways that you're being proactive about some of those unique needs?
We have, and it's, I feel like we were one of the first, but maybe I just say that, but we're a Purple Star district. We rolled that out a few years ago. So we have a military liaison at every campus and in the district. But our whole goal in our public education department is to make sure that transitions are as seamless and comfortable as possible. We've heard a lot from our own military families that work in our district, our teachers, our principals have a military background, about the unknowns of coming into a new community, the nervousness, the obstacles that they face, whether it's finding the right housing or the right school. So we put proactive measures in place to try to improve and make that more comfortable experience for U.S. military and foreign military as they move in. That's with banks, with real estate, and with schools, healthcare. And we've been doing that because of the leadership of our chamber and our community on a regular basis. We meet a lot to make sure we're finding out what the problems are and how do we solve those. And so that's been our approach. And this school will be focused on the Fort Smith Public School students and the experience they're going to have learning from our own U.S. military that's come from a different part of the country and our foreign military friends from Singapore. And I just think it's just a very exciting opportunity all the way around.
Absolutely. It's great to hear about those proactive measures. So I'm a former military family member, and so I've jumped through some of those hurdles.
I bet. Yeah.
And also heard from military families that can be a significant challenge when they relocate. So my last question, what sort of interest are you expecting beyond the international military families?
I expect a great interest within our own community, our own students. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah, and we have, we'll have 15 elementary schools next year. We've done some right sizing recently, and so to add more population within our schools. But one of the things that we do, that when you have 15 elementary schools, 19 a few years ago, you have capacity, you reach capacity, so you have to do this thing called class sizing, which you have to move a student from a zone that they're zoned for on a bus to a different school. That's something we're attempting to solve with the right sizing, and it will get better. However, the good news about that system being in place, we'll have a mechanism for equitable access from our own students for transportation to reach the Global Innovation Academy, because we have set up some hub systems as we transport students. So we feel like there'll be a great interest, and we're going to make it as easy as possible for them to access the Global Innovation. That should be kind of highlighted in our application. That's very important, because the Fort Smith Public Schools, they're our students, and Singapore kids get here, they're going to be our students. The U.S. military kids come from Phoenix, they're our kids. So our job is to make sure they have access to this academy or whatever school in the district they so choose as parent choice.
Thank you, and thank you all again for just continuing to be an innovative model in our state.
Thank you.
So again, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for trying to think outside of the box in this space as well. Question I do have is, can you share any conversations that you're having that as students are transitioning from this school to middle school to high school, what that transitional path will look like for them that are coming out of this school?
With school choice, their options are pretty wide open, our middle schools. They can transition right to and apply to go to the Health Science Academy at Darby or Computer Science Academy at Chaffin. And of course, we'll have ongoing conversations. I think we're probably 3 years away from the next middle school academy that we roll out. But they are, of course, zoned to a specific middle school, but with school choice, if they hit the right deadlines, they can access any of the middle schools they think best fits their academic projections. And of course, all this high-level rigor, academy-based learning at the elementary leads into that philosophy at the middle school, and then on to peak innovation at the high school.
Okay. And what third option are you guys currently considering for another pathway?
That'll have to be a community-driven discussion. We haven't gotten that far as the middle school. I have my own ideas, but it has to be really coming from the community on what our next academy focus might be.
Okay. And then the waivers that you guys have requested, do you mind expanding a little bit on your first waiver request? Let's see, the language instruction, just give a little bit more detail on the reasoning for that request.
I believe that's because of implementation of Mandarin in the school day. It's not that we're gonna go away from the standards around English, ELA, but because of seat time, there's no time to specifically put in another topic like Mandarin. So we have to have that time allowance to make sure Mandarin's a daily educational opportunity as well.
Thanks. Are there any other questions from any panel members?
So, I just want to
Dr. Moore?
dig in just a little bit where Edie asked about your enrollment process and the applications. Because I know, like with your academies, if they're not a charter, maybe that's okay. But I was thinking that for a public charter, you couldn't use that type of criteria. Can anybody help with that? Like to screen people based upon interest and ability for a public charter?
Okay. And that may be a question for the charter office to provide clarification. Looks like Dr. Smith is coming forward to provide that clarification. Okay.
Thank you.
Daryl Smith, Office of School Choice. So as you're correct, as a charter school, I mean, it's a public school, so therefore everybody's available, you know, it's open to everyone. However, they are allowed, I mean, to obviously, since it's a kind of a niche school, to publicize it as a niche school. But everyone who still wants to, you know, wants to be a part of it or wants to have an opportunity to enroll still has the opportunity to enroll. But you can still, again, from a marketing standpoint, talk about the things that this is going so that it is a recruitment tool for the students within the district and obviously outside the district with school choice. So it's kind of a yes and type thing. So yes, if there's an open enrollment process there with school choice coming from outside, you know, that, and then obviously if it's a district conversion, it's centered around the students within that district. But just like any other school choice within the parents have the opportunity to enroll in that thing. Now, once they get beyond their capacity, then we start the waiting list and a lottery and things like that.
Okay, I'm sorry. My question, I probably didn't ask it clearly.
Okay.
I understand that it's marketed as such and that it's a niche.
Right.
But I didn't know if it was okay to wait applicants, because it said more waiting is given for this or more waiting is given for that. I didn't know that that was a fair process. Because and it talks about being ready for the rigorous curriculum, so that just seems like, because we've seen that in some other charters prior, that often students with disabilities get filtered out whenever there are certain criteria that they're being weighted on.
The weighting necessarily is not necessary. So I think there is, again, these are the criteria for this particular school. Everybody's allowed to do that. And then at this point, and then at some point there has to be a decision, does this student fit this model? Just like you would in any other school, or like a gifted and talented program. What's the qualifications to get into a gifted and talented program within a school? It's the same type of process that you would in a charter like this.
Okay, so a charter like this can not let students in because of their academic readiness.
I guess when you say can't let them in, I think there's still, I think you let them in based on the lottery, and then at that point determine if they're capable, if their abilities are a match to the model. So it's not like a private school where we can just say yes, you're not going to fit this model, so therefore you can't come in. We still have to give the opportunity for everybody to be a part of it. And then there's a lottery version. So a lot of it is it's the way that you counsel on the front end of that. Of just being very clear in your explanation of what's going to be required of a student if they participate in this particular program. And then if the parent wants to said, well, I'm good, I think my child can handle that, great. Then we get on the master list, and then if we're beyond our enrollment capacity, then we start our lottery. Then everybody kind of gets pulled into that lottery. And then at that point, the ones that make it in get there, then we have a wait list, and then we kind of go like we are every other school. Here's our kids, and then are they going to be successful in this model or not be successful in this model? And that's between, again, the parent and the administration.
Okay, so it's okay to give military families advantage over non-military families, because that was stated that they would be weighted.
I don't see any reason they can't, because this is obviously designed specifically or partially specifically for military families. And so, yes, I think that in this particular case, we can weight the lottery, weight that a military family in a higher category than not. I believe so. So,
Right. Thank you for that clarification.
okay.
So I guess just for clarification, is that how you intend to
No, I think
operate? So do you want to restate your name for the
Martin Mahan, Superintendent, Fort Smith Public Schools.
Okay.
No, as I think in the charter, you guys could correct me if I'm wrong, we address IEP, we address interventionist, so we don't anticipate there being someone not denied access to this school. But we do have it set up with a specific purpose. We're also competing for schools, for students across the board, and this is a unique way to compete. And quite frankly, I think I told Dr. Smith too, another focal point of us even pursuing a charter, we could have just established an academy, but we are competing. And you all know the same things I know. When people move into a community, the first thought is the charter school is the best option. And we certainly believe Fort Smith Public School is the best option. So if we're going to compete, and this is why we do a lot of the innovative things we do, is to enhance parent and student choice, but also compete. And so herein lies the desire to have a charter, to show that we too have a charter, but also for those specific things around certifications and seat time.
So then, follow-up question to that. You have a student that comes into this school within a school model, and they're struggling, and academically they just may not be where they need to be in that model. What does that look like for that student? What is the plan to address any gaps, or is it that the student is encouraged with family to say, maybe this is not an option for you? What is the
Right.
plan there?
I think it's going to be the same if it was in any of the other elementary schools. We're still going to provide intervention, support, extra assistance. It really be up to the family to decide this is not the model that works for us. But we will provide the same support we would if they're struggling at any of our other elementary schools and curriculum. The one thing that I have studied about Singapore math as well is it specifically states in some of the verbiage I've read, it's not advanced type math. It's just a different way of doing math. So this is not meant to weed out students academically. It's meant to expand opportunities in an innovative way.
Ms. Stewart?
Yeah, so I appreciate Dr. Moore bringing this back up. I guess I still have questions regarding the rubric. If this is not, selection is not needed, then why the need for a rubric?
Well, we're operating as if it was an academy type approach. Certainly, if that's something that is not something that's practical, then we may take a look at that again. But it has been operated as an academy approach, as we did health science and computer science approach, strictly because we want there to be sincere interest in STEM-related curriculum, Mandarin, and Singapore math. We want people to really know that this is what we want to do before they jump into a commitment to this type of school, because it's unique. It's not a traditional elementary school. So there needs to be some level of vetting that we really have a desire to really operate with Mandarin in the kindergarten or first grade. Or Singapore math. I mean, they really need to know this is what they're really wanting to do.
Okay. So I get, for me personally, wrapping my mind around a rubric, I totally understand the interest piece and all of that, but I'm, as the mom, may say, oh yeah, they can absolutely do that. And they're on an IEP. My child's on an IEP, and they're coming to you. So that rubric there in no way is going to be any kind of selection process based on that rubric.
No, we still offer IEP services just as we do every other school. And I think that's in there. I could be mistaken.
Right. No, I mean the supports are definitely in there. I guess my concern is on the front end, are kids going to be put in a bucket? And this bucket is the percentage of students that will be accepted. I don't even know that I'm making sense, but the rubric itself just gives me pause.
Okay?
Don't interrupt this discussion. Daryl Smith, Office of School Choice. I was just informed just a second ago that the first waiver that's on the waiver request that has in your packet is no longer, has been stricken. So that's no longer under consideration. So that may change a little bit of the discussion that we're having, because I believe it's the waiver number 2 on your list is what should be actually the number 1. So just want to.
Just for clarification,
Yeah, you
do you
bet.
mind providing a description of what the waiver is so we can make sure we're looking
Yeah,
at
you're
the
back.
correct
So
one?
help me with the specifics on that.
Yes, hello, sorry, Julia, AD. We are printing off the correct waiver form. The first draft was accidentally posted and given to y'all. We are printing off the correct waiver form, and we will disseminate it to you once we have it.
Okay,
And the correct waiver that they are requesting is licensing. I suggested that they strike the first waiver that they requested because it really didn't need to be requested.
okay. Which is for the foreign language,
Yeah,
It's the language instruction.
which is the one that I asked about.
yes.
Right,
Okay.
so what, on your list, request number 1, it says language instruction. That is the one that has been taken off. I don't know if it's totally relevant to the discussion of what that we were having, but before we got too far down the road, I wanted to make sure that we corrected the record for that purpose, okay?
Okay.
So we will be getting you an updated copy so that you can have it for your purposes of making a decision, but we did want to make sure that you knew that the language of instruction waiver request has been stricken from the request.
Okay,
Okay?
okay. And then just for the record, can we hear from the applicant that they are okay with
Absolutely.
that being removed from their request?
Martin Mahan, Superintendent Fort Smith. Yes, ma'am. I'm okay with that being removed.
Okay, okay. So that does take that question off my list now, because that was
Okay.
still lingering in my head. Okay, okay. Sorry, I'm sorry. Are you finished? Okay, so Dr. Bacon?
So I feel like we've all danced around this, and I'd love someone to be able to land the plane for us. Because my understanding is that you can't have a weighted lottery. And I want you all to be set up for success, to be able to move forward if you get approved, knowing how this process would work for your application and your enrollment. How can we land this plane and know for certain that whether or not they're able to do a military preference or a weighted piece to their lottery?
So it sounds like that we either need a clarification from charter or legal to be able to guide us in that process. Because
Okay.
it seems as if that's gonna be a bit of a hang-up.
All right.
So flip a coin, decide who wants to come up. Okay.
Julia Rainey, ADE. I would need to do some research on that, and before I gave you an answer.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So, Dr. Turker?
Sakura Turker, AD. So another puzzle to this is that they are not starting to open up a school this upcoming school year, and intentional, they're using the upcoming school year, planning, understanding the possibilities that they may need. So that will allow us to provide any type of amendment to their contract, and we can come before you and provide that information as a report. That will be a possible choice to that.
All right, so let me help you answer your question. Okay, the answer to the question is no. Okay, so there's no such thing as a weighted, yes and no. So here's what the law says. So
Do you want to restate
op-
who you are for
open-
the record?
What's that? Daryl Smith, Office of School Choice, some guy randomly talking at the microphone. So, under the open enrollment law, the way the law reads is that you have to use a random anonymous lottery for purposes of enrollment when you have available seats, basically, or when you've exceeded your capacity. However, Arkansas law does allow certain enrollment preferences. So there is a way that you can weight or preference certain things, but very limited. Siblings would make sense. Founders, people who've started the school, and these are a little more open enrollment. District conversion gets a little fuzzier because we're under the district. So the district's got to follow the district policy. So whatever the district's policies for enrollment is, that would still go into effect for that school, because it's a school, it's still a district school, even though it's a charter. In addition to the open enrollment would be any preferences necessary to comply with federal desegregation requirements or state desegregation, court orders, or equal protection rights. So yes and no, I guess, is kind of the question to that thing is no, you cannot say you can get in and you can't get in. All right, or you get preferential treatment because. However, again, you can, just like a magnet school. I mean, think of it kind of like you would in a typical magnet school back kind of in the day, right? That here's a magnet school and we focus on what, arts. And so anybody, so all the parents who think that would be a great school for their kids, regardless, would apply to that school. Then we would, if we have more people apply than we do seats, we go through a lottery. And some get in, some don't. Can you give preference to a certain group of people? The answer would be no, right? You cannot give preference to a certain group of people by law at this point. Now, does it mean that we can't, I'm trying to, we're kind of tiptoeing around some things a little bit. So the answer is no, you can't do that. But I do believe that there is some ways that we help military families. We give them some special dispensation because of military families in a lot of things. So I do believe that there are some possibilities where we can still help the military families that fit, right? Because I think it's the same thing. It's like, just like any other student, a military child may or may not want or fit this particular model of school, just like any parent within the district. And so I think they get treated just like any other family in the district, that if they want to, if this is an opportunity that they would like for their child, then they can apply to attend this particular school. And then they go through the same process that everybody else goes through. That make sense? So the answer, I'm kind of going all full circle here. The answer is no, you cannot select based on preference.
Yes.
There is a weighted lottery, but there's a very specific criteria for what can be weighted and what can't be weighted.
Yep, so that does make sense to me, and so, like, as a former Air Force brat myself, I fully understand and support that concept of, support for military families. But I guess part of the question that still lingers is, what are some other categories of individual students that may be impacted by having this system in place that could select out those students or not provide an opportunity for those students? So from my perspective, it's definitely not related to preferential for military families, because I'm extremely supportive of that, as
Certainly.
I live the life, but just, is there the possibility that other students that fall into other categories could be selected out of the opportunity because they fall into this bucket? I think
They should not.
That's the concern.
They should not
of the
be.
panel.
To answer your question, they should not be. So I think just the simple answer to this, I know there's some nuances here that we're playing with a little. The simple answer is, it is a public school. And as a public school, everyone who wants the opportunity to attend that public school should have the opportunity to enroll. That at that point, we go through the procedures that have already been set out for like any other school, as far as who gets in, who doesn't get in. In this case, it's a charter school, so there has to be a lottery in place in order for that. If they've reached I think their capacity right now is 100. So once we get over 100, we'll get that. So I think it's the idea is that if 500 people apply, then we have a lottery for 100 of the 500. Right? If only 65 apply, then 65 get in. Right? Just because that's the capacity that they've set. And there's probably somebody going, shut up now. No, be quiet now.
So to that point, and back to my very original question, a
Dr. Moore.
rubric, sorry,
Let's say Dr. Moore for the
Okay.
record, sorry.
a rubric is not appropriate to use.
Not as a selection criteria. Now, certainly, you can use that potentially as a way to help parents understand what's going to be
Correct, which is
required
a different
in this
use.
particular school, because I think it's not used, it's almost like not like a placement, but it is an idea of saying, these are the things that your student's going to be required to do if they are enrolled in this particular program. And just so that there's a very clear pathway to understand that this is what's going to be expected. So, you know, if you don't want your student to do Singapore math, you probably don't want to be in this particular program, right? Or if you don't want them to do something, or if I do want them to do it, and I want to give them a try because I think they should have that opportunity, then they should, and we're still under capacity, and they should have the opportunity. And just like any other student would enter a school, and then as superintendent spoke to it, the idea there is to say, if they get into the program and they're struggling, they have the supports available to be able to work to that. And then obviously if there's some family counseling and just talking through it, it's like, is this the best program for your student? Can they be the most successful here in this particular program? Yes, no. And then they have to have those conversations like you would in any school, at any conversation with the student that may be struggling. So I think the model, beyond the model, it's still a public school, and we still have the same supports that are available just like any other student would have at any other school within the district. So it's a long conversation and answer to basically say it is another school. It's as a conversion, it has some freedoms to do some things, but from an enrollment side of things, then if you want to be a part of this school and you're in the district, then come on, right? Or if then if you're school choicing in, you could always do school choice into that school as well.
So since there's still questions, so Dr. Moore, do you still have another question?
No,
Okay, so Ms. Stewart, and then if we could ask the applicant to come back and clarify their intent, that would be
Yeah,
helpful.
so to be clear.
Yes.
Like everyone on the panel, I have a son in the military. I have grandkids that are military kids, so that is absolutely, like our chairperson stated, has nothing to do with it. Completely supportive of that and supportive of our military families in particular. My issue with this, I think, may be more of a messaging issue. I don't like the word rubric as part of this because I do feel like that is a selection process. I feel like that is, selecting out students, and clearly that is not allowed. So that is what makes me uncomfortable, is that. So if it were used as more of a marketing piece, I think that would be better stated than the use of a rubric for selection of enrollment. That it is truly something that is being used for information for parents to see if that might be a good fit for their
I
kids.
would agree 100%. I think we got a point of clarification from a couple of members
Could
here.
you state your name for the record, please? Thanks.
Martin Mahan, Superintendent Fort Smith. Yes, we can commit to using the rubric for conversations with parents about what they're accessing and what it will look like from the nature of just to have the discussion, not to keep someone, our intent is not to keep access from a student to this program, because that's why we're using it to compete. General Brown also said he'd like to speak to this charter as well, if that's okay. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay.
I do not have much to add other than just a
state your
point of
name for the record,
clarification. My
please?
name is Brigadier General Retired Chip Brown, 30 years Air Force, 6 kids, 22 moves in 30 years. Fully appreciate this conversation. The point of clarification I wanted to make is this is going to be a National Guard mission. This is not going to be an active duty Little Rock Air Force Base or a traditional military installation on federal property. The National Guard are already set in their communities, attending the schools that they're going to. There is a small contingent of active duty right now that is being phased out, but the ins and outs of military families is not going to be what we're traditionally thinking about. As it goes from active duty in the next year and a half over to the National Guard, the folks that are already there, we're not expecting a lot of transplants to come in and seek new opportunities. We're transitioning the airmen that are there to do the foreign military training mission that are already part of the fiber of their communities and the education system that they're in. I don't believe, other than the international military families, of which the Singaporeans are going to be the longest. They were in Phoenix, Arizona for 30 years. They've been in America. They're going to be permanently based at Fort Smith. They're moving their operation from Phoenix, Arizona to Fort Smith. They expect to be here for 30 to 50 years with us. Other than them being a priority, I don't really see very many military children needing to be competitive, as the National Guard is already living where the National Guard members live. And I'll pause for any questions.
No, thank you for your service.
Oh, absolutely. And if that was a horrible point of elaboration, I apologize for wasting the board's time.
Your mind.
No, I would like to say also thank you for your service, and since others have said it for the record, I want to say I wasn't questioning any ill feelings towards military. My husband's retired Army. My daughter is currently in the Arkansas National Guard, so very much an advocate for military families. And I appreciate your explanation because I didn't realize that it was going to be National Guard in that area as opposed to regular full-time
Correct.
military base. So
The National Guard is not the demand signal right now. It's the international students and families that are coming in. The Singaporeans, which will be on order with their families, will be about 300 people coming in. They're building rows of houses spec to their needs, knowing that they're going to be here permanently, flying 2 different types of aircraft alongside U.S. instructor pilots, figuring out how to be interoperable with us in the event of a China or a West Pacific scenario. But the National Guardsmen that are currently doing the MQ-9 and transitioning to the F-35, I mean, there's no drumbeat right now from them that we need greater education opportunities. And I just wanted to make sure that was part of the discussion, that it wasn't active duty military like I grew up, that my kids went through with every set of orders. You know, what was the first question? Where are we going to live and where am I going to go to school, right? And that isn't this case because they already know where they're living and they're already in school. So just a point of clarification. I hope you find it helpful. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks. I do have another question then.
For Marty.
I do.
Martin Mahan, Fort Smith Public Schools.
So, and thank you for updating our waiver request documents. So that did remove my question I had on the first one, and I did want to circle back around to the second one, so this gives me an opportunity to do that here. In your rationale for your request for teacher licensure, you specifically speak to the Mandarin language as being the reason why you are asking for that waiver.
Yes.
So it is not your intent to use that for other areas or other?
No,
Okay, so
ma'am.
it's just specifically just for
Yes.
that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I am correct. Yes. Make sure I'm correct, but yes, that's our intent. That will be a difficult licensure, but it doesn't mean it will be difficult to find someone qualified.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions from any of our panel members? Okay, great. So seeing none, I will accept a motion on the applicant's request.
I move we approve the conversion charter as presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Baldwin and a second by Dr. Bacon. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Clarifying question, since they're not opening this coming fall, could this be contingent upon working with the charter over the next year to ensure all pre-checklist things are approved? Is that just understood if we approve it?
Yes, ma'am. Going into the new policies with the new contracts that have the performance-based contracts that are going into effect this year, the pre-opening checklist is part of that contract, and so they'll still have to fulfill all the requirements of the pre-opening checklist as part of the new process.
Okay, so the things like we've just mentioned about not using a rubric for admission, like that can be taken care of over the next year?
And yes, and if you would like, you can actually request those things be added to the kind of the standard pre-opening checklist to ensure that the rubric is more of a marketing, parental counseling, just to tell us what it's about versus an actual enrollment. And as far as the lottery process, that if they do have they're oversubscribed, that the lottery is based on just a random lottery, as all lotteries should be, and don't have any other criteria attached to it. So you can request that to be part of the pre-opening checklist, and we will add that to their checklist that they would go through over this next year.
And that was Dr. Smith in charge of office. So, Dr. Moore has made a request that we, or consider contingencies being placed on the approval.
I wasn't very clear if Dr. Smith was saying just in general that be added to the checklist for all, like that's a separate conversation, or if you were suggesting that on this specific one.
I would suggest you do it on this specific one. The lottery piece is already there, so that is just a general default for all of our pre-opening schools that would oversubscribe. But in this particular case, since there was some concern based upon the discussion, obviously clarified by the superintendent, that if you want to just ensure that there is a kind of an assurance there that is what we were talking about, that the rubric is used in it as a more of a marketing tool as opposed to a selection tool, then we can specify that into the pre-opening checklist as one of the things that we look for and make sure that that is being used properly.
I mean, I'd like to request that. I don't know.
Okay.
Does somebody need to request it?
We will,
or-
yeah, so, okay, so
So
we
if
will
that's
add
the
that.
case, then the current motion is
Sorry.
not valid, so we'll need to reject
I'll-
that motion.
I'll amend my motion, if that would be helpful.
Okay. We in agreement with that? Okay.
Yes.
All right,
Okay, so
so the,
let me try this. Y'all help me. So I would amend my motion and I guess do a new motion. So I withdraw my motion.
okay,
And here's a new one, that we approve the district conversion charter subject to the rubric contained in the application being used purely for from a marketing perspective and not an admission perspective. Is that?
We can do that.
so,
Need a second? Second?
okay. So we have a motion by Mr. Baldwin, a second by Dr. Bacon, that we accept the charter application with the further clarification that the rubric would only be used for marketing and communication purposes and not for scoring and selection. Okay. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, okay, so seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any that would like to abstain from the vote? Okay, ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you, congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job.
Okay, so before we go to the next item, I'd like to give the panel a chance for a small break. Sure. Okay, so take a, is it 10 minute break? 10? Okay. Okay, we'll come back at 10:25. We have everybody back, so we'll go ahead and get started. So our next agenda item, item number 2, renewal of existing charter for Arkansas Connections Academy. And I believe that's going to be presented by Dr. Turker. Okay.
Good morning, Sarper Turker, school choice, parent empowerment, director of charter schools. Good morning again.
Good morning.
Every meeting I learned something new, so this last meeting was very informative. Thank you for your questions and challenging our schools. And also, I want to start with this. As soon as you guys started asking questions, I had to pay attention to Dr. Bacon's face because he was at a charter panel and questions were, I mean, it's exactly how he represented you guys. So I hope the schools are listening because it was spot on. So, so here we are, Arkansas Connection Academy charter contract is set to expire on June 30, 2026. As part of the renewal process, Charter Support Unit worked collaboratively with school leadership to support, monitor, and guide the school's improvement efforts. During this time, the school focused on implementing targeted action steps aligned to its root cause analysis while strengthening instructional practices, organizational systems, and school culture. Throughout the school visits, the CSU team met with the stakeholders, reviewed school-level data. Evidence indicated that Arkansas Connection Academy has demonstrated progress aligned to its root cause analysis. Observations reflected strong alignment among staff around strategic planning, instructional practices, and school culture. School's improvement priorities were evident in daily practices and supported across all levels of the organization. And I wanted to briefly share their root cause analysis and what they found out, and I will let the school leaders come and start their presentation. They identified 4 priorities as their root cause analysis: strengthening Tier 1 instruction, ELA, math through consistent instructional leadership and standards-aligned practices; establishing high-functioning PLCs as the primary driver of data-informed instruction and instructional adjustment; improvement effectiveness of targeted intervention and differentiation system to accelerate growth for students most at risk; and finally, strengthening graduation monitoring, credit attainment systems, and access to rigorous coursework to increase on-time graduation and merit distinction diploma attainment.
Before the charter comes forward, Ms. Rainey, can you please let us know if there's any concerns that the legal department has that we need to be aware of?
Hi, Julia Rainey, ADE. We have no legal concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. So before we get started, I need to swear in all that are planning to give testimony today on behalf of Arkansas Connections Academy. So if you can please stand and raise your right hand. At least I'm looking in the right direction this time. Okay. All those giving testimony today on behalf of Arkansas Connections Academy, do you swear that the testimony or statement you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Okay, thank you. Can you may begin your presentation? And please remember that before you speak, please remember to state your name and position each time. Okay, thank you. You have 20 minutes for your presentation.
Nicole Stevens, Superintendent with Arkansas Connections Academy. May I ask a question? How do I use this?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
So good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Again, my name is Nicole Stevens, and I serve as the superintendent for Arkansas Connections Academy. I'm joined here by several of my leadership team members today, as well as our school board president, Dr. Dennis Beck. And today we wanted to walk you through our current performance, what we've learned, and most importantly, what we're going to do differently in order to ensure improved student outcomes. We do appreciate the time to share our work, and I'll begin with a brief overview of who we are, who we serve, and then move into our performance and improvement plan. So Arkansas Connections Academy exists to provide students across the state with access to high-quality, personalized public education. Our online learning program is comprehensive with curriculum that does align to state standards, offering both asynchronous and live course instruction and an array of opportunities for students to engage with teachers, staff, and each other, both online and in person. Our teachers are state certified, and they are experts in virtual learning. The student has a learning coach, which is often a parent, who partners with ARCA staff in the student's learning program. So for us, high quality is defined as measurable outcomes that include student growth in English, language arts, math, and strong course completion rates, and students staying on track for graduation and post-secondary success. Our model is designed to support those outcomes through rigorous standards-aligned instruction, consistent progress monitoring, and targeted support for students who need it. Ultimately, our mission is not just about access, it's about ensuring that every student demonstrates measurable academic growth and is prepared for what comes next. So since opening in 2016, with just over 200 students at that time, we have grown and we now are serving over 6,900 students all across the state. This growth does reflect sustained demand from families seeking a flexible, high-quality public school option. And at the same time, we do recognize that with that rapid growth, that has somewhat outpaced the consistency of our instructional systems, and that has impacted some of our academic outcomes. This reflection has directly informed the improvements that we're making today. Enrollment has grown consistently, and we're now operating near the enrollment limit set forth in our current charter agreement. At the same time, retention has remained above 83% for multiple years with continued improvement. And this tells us that families are choosing ARCA and in most cases continuing with us. However, we also recognize that not all the students remain with our school, and retention alone is not a measure of academic success. Some students leave due to fit, some have academic challenges, and they transition back to traditional settings. That's an important context, and it reinforces the need to ensure that our instructional systems are strong enough to support all students consistently. Retention remains strong, but improving academic outcomes is really the work ahead of us. So we do serve a very diverse group of students across Arkansas, many of whom need something different from a traditional school setting. And this includes students with disabilities, English learners, students experiencing instability, and students who need flexibility due to health, family, or even career circumstances. We also serve high-achieving students and those pursuing early college and career pathways. As high as 40% of our students have high mobility, oftentimes coming to our school to solve a need or a problem with the ultimate intent of moving back into their original district. And this does create challenges for those students to succeed academically, as our data does show that the longer students stay enrolled with Arkansas Connections Academy, the more successful they are. The level of diversity and mobility require differentiated instructional systems, targeted supports, and consistent progress monitoring. We recognize that while we have strong structures in place, we are still strengthening how effectively those systems serve all student groups. Our responsibility is to ensure every student not only has access, but demonstrates measurable growth and success. And so our families consistently report high levels of satisfaction with their experience at ARCA. 91% report overall satisfaction with particularly strong feedback around teacher support, student engagement, and services for students with specialized needs. These results reflect strong relationships, consistent communication, and a supportive school environment. At the same time, we recognize there is work to do to ensure student academic success, And our focus moving forward is to ensure that these strong relationships translate into measurable student growth and achievement. Our goal is to provide students with more than just coursework. We are preparing them for what comes next. And that includes dual enrollment, career pathways, internship opportunities, and individualized success planning. Currently, almost 600 of our students are participating in advanced coursework or pathway opportunities, and increasing both participation and successful completion is a key focus for us. We also build opportunities for connection through in-person events and student experiences, which does support student engagement and persistence. Ultimately, our goal is not just access, but ensuring that these opportunities translate into a stronger graduation outcomes and post-secondary readiness for our students. Uh-oh. It's not moving. I needed to pause for a second, so that's fine. Right here. Okay. Okay, and so here, I actually did want to pause for just a second because we do want to define our current academic performance. When we refer to growth, we are measuring the percentages of students that are meeting or exceeding expected growth targets on the state assessment. And in English language arts, 46.6% of our students were meeting those growth expectations, and this is as of last year. Our current target is 55%, so we were below where we need to be. And then in mathematics, 44.4% of students are meeting growth expectation, which also falls below the 55% target and indicates a similar gap. At the high school level, our graduation rate is 79% compared to our goal of 85%. And in addition, only 6.4% of students are earning merit or distinction diplomas, which is significantly below our target of 35%. Taken together, these results do indicate that too many students are not yet performing or demonstrating the level of growth or readiness required. And while we have seen incremental improvement year over year, these outcomes do not meet state expectations or our own standards. We do take full responsibilities for these results, and they directly inform the focus of our improvement plan. And these targets represent our current goals, and as we strengthen execution and see progress, we will continue to raise expectations to ensure sustained improvement over time. So when we examined our data, the issue was not a lack of effort. It was inconsistent execution across key systems. So first, in PLC implementation, only about 40% of our teacher teams were consistently using data to guide instruction. And our expectation is that that work is happening across all teams with full implementation. That gap created significant variability in instructional quality access classrooms or across classrooms, which directly contributed to a lower student growth in both ELA and math. Second, our Tier 1 intervention systems were not monitored consistently, and while supports were in place, we did not have clear, frequent progress monitoring to ensure that they were effective. And as a result, many students did not receive timely grade level or targeted support, which impacted their ability to meet growth expectations. And then third, our identification of at-risk students was not early or consistent enough. Without strong early warning systems, students did fall behind before interventions were put into place, which affected both course performance and graduation outcomes. Our leadership systems did not consistently drive accountability for implementation. Expectations were in place, but they were not monitored with the level of frequency or clarity needed to ensure consistent execution. And finally, some of our process improvements were initiated just this past year, and it will take us some time to see their impact on student performance. And each of these gaps have directly contributed to the outcomes we just reviewed, and they are the focus of the changes that we're making as we're going forward. Dr. Turkert? It was time for me to pause again. Okay. Our improvement plan is focused on 3 priorities: ELA growth, math growth, and graduation outcomes. For each of these priorities, we have defined not only outcome goals, but also the key drivers, how they are measured, and how we monitor progress. In ELA, our goal is to increase growth from 46.6% to 55%. And to do that, we are tracking 3 key drivers. The percentage of classrooms demonstrating strong Tier 1 instruction through walkthrough data, the percentage of PLC teams completing full data-driven instructional cycles, and the percentage of students receiving intervention who demonstrate measurable growth. These are measured through classroom observations, PLC artifacts, and student assessment data, and are reviewed on a monthly basis with our leadership team. If we're not seeing the progress, we respond by adjusting instruction, increasing coaching, and reallocating support to the highest need areas. We are applying this same structure in mathematics with a focus on improving instructional rigor, PLC consistency, and targeted intervention. We also intentionally are focusing on our grades 6 through 8 population because we did identify that that was the most significant gap in student growth. By strengthening instruction, PLC implementation, and intervention systems in these grades, we expect to see the greatest immediate impact on our overall performance. And at the same time, these expectations are being implemented across all grade levels to ensure consistency throughout our systems. At the high school level, our goal is to increase our graduation rate and expand merit and distinction attainment. And our key drivers there are the percentages of students on track for graduation based on credit attainment, the percentage of at-risk students with active monitoring and intervention plans, and the number of students successfully completing advanced coursework. These are reviewed regularly through transcript audits, early warning systems, and pathway tracking. And if students are not on track, we intervene through credit recovery, schedule adjustments, and targeted academic support. We are already seeing success with that, as we've had over 900 credit recovery courses completed this school year. Across all 3 priorities, the key difference is that we are consistently monitoring these drivers, not just end-of-year outcomes, and this ensures we can identify gaps early and respond in real time. So what's different now is it's not the number of initiatives, it is the discipline of our execution. This is how we ensure the driver metrics we just described are consistently implemented. We are focused on 3 core systems. First, instructional quality. We're consistently monitoring that Tier 1 instruction through regular walkthroughs with clear expectations for rigor and standard alignment. And this directly supports improving student growth in both ELA and math. Second, our PLC execution. We are ensuring that all PLC teams are consistently using student data to plan instruction with biweekly monitoring and clear expectations for full implementation. And this addresses the inconsistency we previously saw across our classrooms. And then third, targeted intervention. We are implementing structured intervention cycles every 6 to 8 weeks with defined progress monitoring to ensure students are receiving timely and effective support. This directly supports students who are not meeting growth expectations and does improve overall outcomes. Across all 3 systems, the key difference is that we are monitoring implementation consistently and holding clear accountability at every level. This focus allows us to ensure that the work is not just planned but executed with fidelity. So Arkansas Connections Academy does serve over 6,900 students across the state of Arkansas, providing high-quality public education option that many families rely on. And we have clear data-driven plan to improve our outcomes, and we have built the systems needed to monitor and execute that plan more effectively. Progress toward our key driver metrics will be reviewed monthly with our school board, ensuring consistent oversight and transparency. We have also established clear response triggers, so when data indicates we are off track, we can take immediate action and be able to adjust instruction, targeted support, and leadership intervention. We are committed to measurable progress, transparent accountability, and improved student outcomes. We respectfully request for your support in renewing our charter. Thank you.
Right. All right, thanks. Sorry, we had a side conversation. Ms. Rainey, are there any legal concerns about the renewal application?
Hi, Julia Rainey, ADE. We have no legal concerns.
Okay, thank you. All right, so now we'll start with our questions. I'll start on the end. Dr. Bashir Duncan, do you have any questions?
Not at this moment.
Okay.
I might in a few minutes.
Okay.
Thank
Good.
you.
All right, Ms. Stewart?
Yeah, just a couple of questions kind of popped up. First of all, thank you for the presentation, and then I really do appreciate the fact that you all have reviewed and done a look back to try and figure out, how to fix some things and course correct. So kudos to that, and kind of digging into your data and recognizing, the need for some of those measures. One of the things I was thinking about as you gave your presentation was how does your teacher recruitment look when you're recruiting teachers? We know that the number one success measure for students' achievement in the classroom is that teacher. So how is that part of this from the perspective of and I guess the second part of that question would be the professional development for those educators, to bring them up, because that's going to be a big driver for student achievement and bringing up some of those, the goals that you do have.
Absolutely. Nicole Stevens, Superintendent, Arkansas Connections Academy. Thank you for that question. And yes, it is really important. We have a very high amount of our teachers across the state of Arkansas are applying and interviewing to come and be a part of the Arkansas Connections Academy team. We do talk with them through that interview process and identifying, if this is a good fit, being as it is moving into virtual education. And honestly, at times we let them know that you could be a very experienced educator and come into virtual learning and it feels like you're starting all over again. So once teachers do hired, and we do hire all licensed certified teachers across the state. Once they do come in to Arkansas Connections Academy, we do have onboarding that our teachers go through, where they do participate in professional development to help them understand our curriculum, our platform, and ultimately how they would best engage with students.
Okay, so along those lines, I noticed in the plan moving forward was a lot more intentional PLC work, and then reviewing the data for those. What's going to go into making this different this next year versus the results from last year?
Yes.
With the use of the PLC, because there are nuances, and I think that there's training and development that can go along with that as well.
Absolutely. And one of the things that we are making sure to do is we have developed dashboards and systems that are going to allow us to support our teachers in quickly identifying these students that are at risk immediately. And I think that's a part that we had been missing, because that was coming a little bit later in the year. And so by the time that the interventions actually started, we were running out of time. Whereas now we have a plan in place so that beginning the first day of school, these students are going to already be identified based on the previous year's assessment results, and we can begin those interventions immediately and then track that within that first 6 to 8 weeks to see how our students are progressing and then take action based on that.
Okay. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. I like that a lot. Last question would be regarding those students that need support. How does that work in the current model? I'm assuming they would be part of that PLC, and then how does that kind of look, just for my own clarification, with your model?
Absolutely. So once those students are identified, and that you're absolutely right, it comes through that beginning conversation within the PLC between those teachers. But from there, we do actually have a conference with the family, because we want to include our parents. They need to be a part of that decision in order to best support their child. And so through that conference, we will help identify what is going to be the best source of intervention for this particular student, whether that be maybe it's a program that they're going into, for instance, IXL, maybe it's extra practice in this way versus maybe they need to be in a small group environment, or potentially maybe even one-to-one.
Okay, that's helpful. And I did say that was my last question, but I have one more after what you said. I'm sorry. So IXL, how are you using that? Is that primarily for a support system, or is that the main driver?
No, that is just one of our options for a support system.
Okay, across the board?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Bacon?
Thank you for your presentation. I feel like you all have really gone heavy for us on identifying your struggles, telling us some plans. Take a second and step back and tell me, you got 6,900 students. You're obviously doing something right. So take a moment and tell us what you're proud of and what you all are accomplishing for students that we need to know about.
Thank you so much for that question. I am extremely proud, not only of the growth that we've had, but of the incredible things our students are doing. Because yes, all schools are going to experience students that do have struggles and they do need extra support. We want to get better at that. But at the same time, we do have some students doing some outstanding things. And we're able to be there for students from all types of different backgrounds. We have students that do have health issues. We have students that some are teen moms or experiencing pregnancy, or it could be a lot of anxiety issues and whatnot. So whatever that looks like for students, we're able to provide a type of education in a very specialized setting, and we can meet those students where they are. And I think that's a big deal, because being able to really individualize student learning, getting to know that student, getting to know their entire family, and how we can best adapt what is happening within the school to better support them. On top of that, we have students are engaged here. So even though it is virtual learning, we still have lots of in-person events. We do host field trips all over the state of Arkansas multiple times throughout the year. We also have an in-person graduation ceremony right here in Little Rock, as well as a prom for our 11th and 12th grade students.
Okay. I just wanted to give you that chance, because I feel like you all are really falling on your sword in this reflection. And I do want to talk about that. There's a statement here that says, leadership takes responsibility for the gaps in execution described. You didn't blame the students, you didn't blame the teachers, you didn't blame the parents. Leadership has taken responsibility. So speak to me more specifically about what you all are doing to improve, particularly instructional leadership, because that sounds like there was a lack of execution, lack of holding people accountable. So just sort of talk specifically about what steps you all are taking, and maybe the principals or someone else might want to speak to that, but just in terms of making sure that those pieces you've identified from a leadership capacity are going to be there moving forward.
I think it starts with us all being on the same page. And we had to really sit down and have the serious conversation of what is working, what is not working, where are we missing the bar, because we know that the results that our students are showing right now, our students are way better than that. And they deserve to be seen in that way. So starting at that place and saying, okay, what can we do differently? How do we need to ensure that we're on the same page, so that when we are going in and we're working with our teachers, we're making sure that we're all consistently communicating the same message. that's the next step, right? We've got to get those teachers on board. They have to buy in and understand what these goals are, why they're so important, and the impact that they can have on these students. And then from there, it's working with the students. So I didn't know if y'all had anything else you wanted to say to that, or, okay.
Okay. The other thing I noticed in this reflective piece and sort of moving forward, it sounds like a heavier board inclusion in this process in terms of some reporting, some accountability. I don't know if your board president might want to speak to the board's role in sort of this academic improvement and accountability piece that you all are putting in place moving forward.
Sure.
Thank you. Dennis Beck, School Board President, ARCA. Have a few notes on my phone, just so you hope you don't mind. I think board governance is a really important part of what we do. We provide oversight to ARCA, the leadership, and we provide, we run the monthly meetings in particular, develop agendas, implement those agendas, go through with them all. And it's really important to me as a volunteer board member to be appraised of what's going on. And so we have a fairly lengthy packet every month that we read beforehand and are ready to discuss as we go through each agenda item. We also have fiduciary responsibilities. We have a board treasurer, Miss Virginia Walden Ford, who's actually a resident here in Little Rock. Her job is to meet with our educational management organization, financial representative, to go over the budget, to go over the all the financial things that handle disbursements, things like that. But we also then have an audit from a third-party vendor every year, and we've had a clean audit of all those things. But to address your specific question in terms of with this new plan, I think we need to learn how to ask better questions. And that's really what as I'm sitting here listening to the presentation, or as I've gone over with Nicole beforehand, is I need, as the board president, need to ask better questions that are more specifically related to this plan. And as different agenda items come up in those meetings, it's really kind of keep bringing the conversation, the discussion of the board back to this plan and make it a monthly part of our discussion.
Sure. So you feel comfortable, I know what's written in here about some reporting, that'll be beneficial to your board in working with leadership to make sure that this plan is being implemented and being checked along the way.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Mr. Baldwin?
Yeah, thank you for the report, and I enjoyed reading the 26 to 27 plan. It looked pretty thorough to me, and I think you guys do get the award for having the most folks here. and I think that's for probably a life-to-date award for Desi and the charter panel. And I think that's impressive. I think that shows that you're serious about this, that you all have taken the time to come, and I appreciate that. I think the panel appreciates that. In looking at your plan to improve, and I appreciate the comment about execution. You know, execution is always hard, and the bigger you get, the harder it gets. And I think having realistic goals and realistic expectations of yourself and seeing clearly is important to make execution happen right. The theory of it, we can talk about that, and that's the easy part, because we all know the theory, but making it happen in real life is hard, because you've got all kinds of different people. I appreciate the board chair being here. I think it's a partnership between the board and management and administration. The board has a role, and leadership has a role, and when you work together, that's when execution is accomplished. And I think having a written plan that you can follow is also key to that, and having the board keep up with that every month or as often as you meet is important. So I think you're all on the right track here. In looking at your plan, it looks like you've got 3 priority goals. One is to increase the ELA growth, and then 2 is the math growth, and 3 is the graduation growth. So those all seem appropriate. I wondered if you could tell us which one you think is going to be the hardest to achieve.
Nicole Stevens, Superintendent, Arkansas Connections Academy, and I do think that's a great question. And I do truly believe that the hardest is obviously going to come down to ELA. I think that we're seeing that across the entire state of Arkansas, that we are identifying more and more of our students that really are struggling with their reading. And so it's going to be really important that, again, we are making sure that we are identifying those struggling students and that we are identifying what best intervention method is going to help them succeed. So,
Okay. Do you feel like you have the staffing in place to do this, or do you think you need to bring in some more people to focus on that?
We're doing very, very well with our staffing, and we're also retaining our teachers. We currently have over 260 staff members with ARCA. But on top of that, we've been really excited to get to partner with the Arkansas Department of Education, because the literacy coaches that they provided, that's worked with especially our K-3 team, the last few years have been phenomenal. And so we already are starting to see some gains through that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In looking through the plan, it looks like that really you have some pretty aggressive goals for improvement. The percentages were going up and getting up to what I think you would call more normal percentages pretty rapidly. And then especially back here in priority goal 3, where your plan is to go from the 6.4% merit distinction diploma level to 35% pretty quickly. Are you comfortable that is achievable?
I'm absolutely comfortable with that, and I have the perfect person to come and talk to you about this. Ms. Perez.
Jessica Peresta, I'm the Director of Student Success, and so we have already surpassed the 35% as of right now. We're sitting at about 68% of students who are there in a pathway, meeting merit distinction. We have 6 pathways we're offering now, and not only that, if students want to take a pathway we don't offer at ARCA, we partner with, luckily, because we're a virtual school, we're able to partner with colleges, career centers, technical schools around the state and have MOUs in place with them. And we're also not just putting them in random courses, we're making sure they're in the correct pathway order and counseling these students to make sure they're really doing what they want to do that goes right with their student success plan. I hope that answered your question.
That's a good answer. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Moore? Thank you for your presentation, and especially like your reflection and your plan for moving forward. I do have a few questions, and part of it is because my lack of experience, I guess I just need to look here. Yeah. And my lack of experience with an online virtual platform for K-12. Can you tell me, because I know in the past working with teachers, training teachers for PLCs, and training teachers for Tier 1 instruction, that was very challenging even for teachers that are doing it face-to-face, and it required an intense amount of professional development for teachers. So can you explain, because both of those things are targeted, and you talk a lot about what the measurements will be, but how are you going to get there? How are you training teachers to be effective at implementing PLCs, and how are you training teachers to use instructional practices that will be strong for Tier 1? What does that look like? She's grinning a lot. Is she your? I was like, she must be your PD person.
Hi, Savannah Mizell. I'm the lower school principal. Thank you guys for having me. So we have a really awesome onboard process, and then because our teachers work with our students in different capacities, we have a really great opportunity to have professional development during the day for our teachers. I mean, they don't have to do this in the summer or outside. So we partner with Pearson Online Blended Learning, who have some of the most amazing PD opportunities that teachers can do synchronously or asynchronously. We often exceed the required professional development hours by double or triple the amount. So we have really cool opportunity to do so. But more importantly, within our curriculum, we have lessons that we can attach standards to. And so we can now attach common formative assessments that will tell us how students are pacing according to these aligned standards. So we can more accurately and more often progress monitor. That's something we felt like we were missing and we could do better. So within those PLCs, they can review the students' coursework and how they're pacing on meeting those standards.
Okay, and could you speak a little bit about when your teachers meet as a PLC? What does that look like since they're meeting virtually? Is
Yes.
it synchronous, asynchronous?
It's
both?
synchronous.
Okay.
Yes, our teachers meet weekly in different capacities. They have goals that they come into the PLC to do. With this new common formative assessment and aligning those state standards, they'll be able to actively pull all the students and how they're progressing on their assignments to see exactly how their students are performing and the common students they have are performing. So they can go into the PLC knowing exactly where their kids are at any moment, not depending on the next interim or the next summative. We can actually make these decisions in real time as a team.
Okay, and then regarding your tier 1 instruction, is it the training specific to the curriculum that you're using, or is it just in general best practices?
Both. Absolutely both.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I did notice, and you may have mentioned in the presentation, but I know we had the amendment request regarding the enrollment cap. Is that still being requested? Don't fall.
Sarper the amendment request is, they withdrew the
They withdrew
request.
it.
Yes.
Okay, that's why I wanted to clarify that. All right, thank you very much. And then my other big question I'd written down was about the success-ready pathways, but I believe you answered that for the most part. Could you tell me what your 6 pathways are?
She said, don't forget to say my name. She knows me well. Jessica Peresta, Director of Student Success. Right now, it is Agri. Look, you're putting me on the spot.
I put you on the spot.
I know.
Sorry.
Listen, but look, see if I have them memorized by now. Computer science, business. We are actually, this coming school year, offering a pre-educator pathway, which we're so excited about. I know, really excited. And then I may have to get my Assistant Director of Student Success to remind me of the 2 I'm missing, because I'm... health science, and then, which one am I missing? Did I say marketing?
You said business.
Digital arts. There we go.
Okay, and then you said you're partnering with institutions around the state, so do you have several students earning the merit distinction because of the concurrent credit that they're receiving?
Yes, so both. We have students, you know, the traditional concurrent model where they're able to get language arts, math, you know, that traditional, but we also have students attending career centers and technical schools for welding or other options, like I said, we don't offer. The new course choice program coming out, we're digging into that and seeing what can they take at other schools that we don't offer. But I know merit and distinction measures are changing, so we're tracking right now, what are we doing? Like, because you need 2, you know, readiness factors, but moving after that, it's 3 in sequential order plus the apprenticeship or a certificate. And so we're tracking that. We have, Ms. Stevens mentioned a dashboard. We have someone on my team who we're never letting go, but has created a dashboard to track, where we can literally look at the data and track the students. Are they taking the courses in order? What do they need next? And so, and whether it's through ARCA or whether they're taking that at an external location, virtually or in person.
That's great. And I will just say a point of clarity. The metric for your letter grade's changing, but for students to get merit distinction, it was the same all along.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
just to
When I said changing, I just meant based on this school year. Like the ADE guidance, it's changed, the merit and distinction factors, it's phasing out from what it is now, and then it's changing moving forward, where instead of 2 readiness factors, they need to complete 3 courses in order plus the 4th factor. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, for students to get merit distinction, they always had to have 3. It was only for your letter grade.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So, yeah.
I said that
Yeah,
incorrectly.
just
I'm
so
sorry.
for students to be
Yes.
eligible for the scholarships
Yes.
and things that,
Yes.
that opens that door, they had to have the 3 all
Yes,
along.
absolutely.
Just clarify.
I think I said that incorrectly. I'm
No,
sorry.
that's fine. All right, well, thank you for those
Yeah.
opportunities and the flexibility you're providing students. That's
Yeah,
great.
absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions from any panel members? Okay, Dr. Bashir.
Yes. Thank you for your presentation. I agree with other panel members, your deep dive and transparency with your school improvement. One of the concerns I had that I was looking to reconcile was the expansion request, and so you all have withdrawn that at this time. That seems like a good systems level decision. Can you speak a bit to that though, because you are very close to your cap? Just speak to some of your decisions around that from a systems perspective.
Nicole Stevens, Superintendent, Arkansas Connections Academy. I'm getting really good at saying that very quickly. Yes, we decided that right now it's the smarter decision to stay focused on what we currently have and how we are best helping the students that we are in charge of at this moment improve those student outcomes. And so if we can focus there as we are, looking at our systems and looking at how we are executing, these strategic goals that we have put into place, as we continue to strengthen that, then we could come back and say, can we look to continue adding?
Thank you. That seems like a very responsible and forward-thinking decision. Thank you for sharing.
And I will give credit to Dr. Turker because he has been a huge support in helping to guide us as well.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thanks. Does anyone else have any questions for the charter? Okay. Seeing no further questions, then I will accept a motion on their request for amendment. Renewal, sorry.
I motion to approve the renewal of Arkansas Connections Academy.
I second, but then I have a question.
Okay.
Is this for 5 years? I'm just curious from Desi's perspective, what is the time, and do we need to put that in the motion, or is that sort of an understood thing unless something different is requested?
Thank you, Dr. Bacon. Sarper Turker from DESI. So just a brief summary, May 1st, we put a deadline for our schools to provide their renewal improvement plan to us, and we reviewed, we worked with the leadership team, we visited them, and we are comfortable with their renewal improvement plan and approval of that. So the conditions and recommendation that's coming from our office are approved Arkansas Connection Academy Comprehensive Renewal Plan submitted May 1st, with the condition that school participate quarterly charter school unit check-ins to monitor implementation and progress. We believe that creating this connection, strong connection, accountability, so that we can provide report back to you guys, and ensuring that what they do and how they do, we support them. So that's the first approval that we request from our office. And secondly, approve 5-year charter renewal for Arkansas Connection Academy with continued monitor through the standard oversight cycle, and additionally quarterly check-ins to describe above. But finally, so to Dr. Bacon's 5-year, it's because we have to get back in before you guys and provide the reports back. So 5-year, that's a great term for this school, and that will allow us to go back and monitor to see the progress. Finally, our recommendation for third is to Arkansas Connection Academy administer Atlas interim assessment as a mandatory measure to ensure consistent data analysis and provide immediate reporting to charter school unit to support of accountability. So our recommendation to you guys to approve this 3 recommendations.
Okay, so there was a motion that was made by Dr. Bashir Duncan. It was an intent to second by Dr. Bacon with a question. So is there further discussion on this motion that is currently in front of us? So are we prepared to move forward with the motion as presented initially by Dr. Bashir Duncan? Okay, and do you still choose to second? Okay, all right. All right, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I wasn't real clear if we needed to state any of that in what we're doing, or if it's just, that's assumed. That's the part I wasn't clear on.
Okay. Well, first we have to finish on this motion, and then if we need to reject this motion, we can, but we've already started the vote on it. So you cannot vote for the motion if you don't think you're wanting to support it, and then we can see if it fails. But if not, it's gonna go forward.
I already said yes, but that, I'm just, because everyone was voting mean, but that was my question, I didn't get a chance to clarify that, so, at this point, I don't know how we could pull it back anyway. Everyone voted yes, so.
Is there anybody opposed?
I guess I'll be opposed just because I'm not clear on the repercussions, so I think it'll pass anyway though.
So, okay, so at this point, there was a motion, there was a second,
Right.
and then ask for discussion on the motion.
I'm sorry,
So-
I didn't hear the discussion after.
Okay, and we didn't have any discussion on the motion, so then we move forward with the vote.
Right.
So then people proceeded to the vote.
And so at this point, there's a vote, there is obviously a motion, and you voted at that point. Just to answer the question, so then I think maybe that'll help finish up your vote.
Okay.
So the recommendations, as Dr. Turker had mentioned, are there. You don't necessarily have to vote on those recommendations. That's something that we would put into the contract beyond, after that, between the authorizer, the department, and the school. So you're just basically voting to say, yes, we agreed that they should be renewed, and then at that point, we would work on all that. But we wanted you to know that there were some things that we were also going to be putting into the contract, their renewal contract, moving forward. So the renewal would stand as you vote, and then we would put those renewals, those specific pieces into their new contract.
Thank you, that's my, because Dr. Bacon had asked if we need to say 5 years, and I didn't hear a yes or a no on that, so that's my clarification.
So you don't need to state it as part of your vote, I mean, 'cause I think that's all part of the whole renewal process that we would work with the school on.
Thank you.
So in the future though, when we do this, because I did read that you had those recommendations, it might be appropriate in the future to include those in our motion.
I think you're right, and I think we were talking about that this morning, about maybe a cleaner way for you all when you see that, to make sure that our recommendations are there, so when you're voting, you're just voting on the recommendations as opposed to just a blanket renewal.
Okay,
I
so
would
do
agree
we
with
want to
10%.
complete this voting process? Do we need to sponge the vote and then do another, or?
That's
Because
it.
at this
I
point,
think,
we've already
I
started
think
moving
it's up
forward
to
with this
you,
process.
honestly. I think it's up to you. You can do it either way. We can continue and finish your vote up, and then we can just add it like we were going to, or if you want to make it really nice and clean, you can withdraw and we can add the
change my vote on
replace.
this motion to no, and then create a new motion.
Okay, so let's finish out this one.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, and so based off of the number of aye votes that were voiced, the motion carried. However, we need to now have
A clarifying motion.
well, we need to expunge that vote, because that vote is now no longer apparently valid. So we need to expunge that vote, and so I need to,
You need a motion to expunge.
yes.
I motion to,
Somebody.
A lot of motions today.
expunge the vote.
Okay, okay. So there was a motion by Dr. Bashiris Duncan, a second by Dr. Bacon to expunge the vote that we previously had to accept the renewal request for Arkansas Connections Academy as written. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, seeing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anyone would like to abstain? Okay, so it carries, so that vote is expunged. So now I need someone to please
What are the bullet points of the new motion?
make
It's
an
like-
appropriate motion on the renewal request by Arkansas Connections Academy.
All right, so Dr. Turk, would you come back and let's read? You can, but I think probably for the record, we probably need to make that.
Sarper Turker, Desi. Approve Arkansas Connection Academy's comprehensive renewal plan submitted May 1st. That's motion number 1. 2 is approve 5-year renewal for Arkansas Connection Academy with continued monitoring through the standard oversight cycle and additional quarterly check-ins described above. And 3rd, Arkansas Connection Academy administer the Atlas interim assessment as a mandatory measure to ensure consistent data analysis and provide immediate reporting to charter school units in support of accountability.
And that's all for, that's a 5-year
Yes, sir.
renewal.
So after hearing further explanation from the Charter Office, I'm now willing to accept a motion based off of additional guidance from the Charter Office in regards to the renewal of Arkansas Connections Academy.
I motion to approve the renewal of Arkansas Connections Academy with the recommendations from the Charter Office. And the 5-year renewal.
I second.
Okay. Have a motion by Dr. Bashiris Duncan, a second by Dr. Moore, that we accept the renewal application request for a period of 5 years approval with the recommendations from the Charter Office. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, like sign. And either would wish to abstain. Okay, motion carries. Okay, thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Sorry, Chairwoman, I did not hear the discussion opportunity on that.
That's okay, next time it's gonna be right here with the microphone. Okay. Okay.
Thank you for your process persistence.
Yes, thank you.
That's okay. That's okay. Are we ready to move on to item 3? We ready to move on to item 3?
Good to see.
Well, I guess, okay, we're just gonna go flow, so I guess let's take like a 5-minute break, because once we get started, we're gonna get started.
I have to step away like at 1:20-ish for, 30 to 45 minutes. That's right,
We have Garfield
Oh, great.
and then teachers.
Yes. Thank you for helping me make the connection. I knew there was a
Trying to think how long we think these are. So, I guess we'll take a 5-minute break. 5-minute break, and then go from there. We're gonna take a 5-minute break. Yeah. Well, I think they're to do their presentation.
Oh, you see, you very soon.
Safe travels.
They're gonna do theirs, and then Dr. Porter has to come up, and after each one, he said he has to do something after each one. So that's why I was kind of like, I think this is our time to officially approve the plan. So he's gonna do it prior, not after. Yes, I have that in my notes.
That would be really helpful.
Okay.
That would be helpful.
So then when
Right.
you get ready to make your motion,
Okay.
either as recommended or say.
Okay, that's helpful. That's what I was wondering. I was like, can I just say as recommended, or do I need to?
I think you can go
Okay.
from the record, so I don't know that you still,
Okay.
but at least if you have it come out, you can read it.
That'd be, yeah.
Thank you.
So he'll get that for you.
Okay. Are we ready to start back? Okay. Okay.
We'll bring it to you, but when he gets ready to make his recommendation,
Okay.
we'll bring it to you.
So do you want us to try to break for lunch after Garfield?
That's okay.
That's fine. Yep. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Okay, ready for our next agenda item, which is the review and consideration of school improvement plans. First is Garfield Scholars Academy. And I don't know, do we need to have legal to come? Is there any reason for us to have legal to come and,
I would, just in case, I'm not sure.
okay, we'll do it for procedure. Ms. Rainey, do you mind coming forward and letting us know if ADE Legal has any concerns about the improvement plan submitted by Garfield? Okay, thank you. Okay, then yes. All those that will be speaking on behalf of Garfield Scholars Academy today, oh, no, wait a minute, sorry. Dr. Sturker, you want to come do your presentation? Like your introduction? Okay, sorry.
Dr. Bessie, Garfield Scholars Academy presented its root cause analysis at the December Charter Authorizing panel meeting. Following that presentation, CSU team as well as a team from APSRC agreed to work collaboratively to support, monitor, and guide the school improvement efforts. Since that time, school has focused on implementing targeted action steps aligned to identify root causes while strengthening instructional practices, school culture, and system for continuous improvement. During the site visit, the CSU team and APSRC team met with stakeholders, reviewed school level data, and conducted classroom observations. Evidence indicated that school has made meaningful progress aligned to its root cause analysis. Observations reflected strong alignment among staff around strategic planning, instructional goals, and school culture. The school's improvement priorities were evident in daily practices and supported consistently across staff level. Now I'm going to briefly go over the root cause analysis that was presented to you back in December, not going into too much of a detail. There were 4 root cause analysis that presented to you. First one is core instruction and curriculum. Second, data use progress monitoring. Third, talent support and conditions. And the fourth one was school-wide multi-tier system of support of behavior.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so now, all those that will be speaking on behalf of Garfield Scholars Academy, if you please stand and raise your right hand. Okay, thank you. Do you swear that the testimony or statement you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. You may begin your presentation.
I'm Cheryl Harrison. I'm the director of Garfield Scholars Academy, and I'm happy to be here today just to update you on some of our progress. I wanted to go over in our presentation some things that we have been working on since we visited with you all in January. And the first slide just talks about, what we wanted to do, reflect, focus, and monitor. And so I'm gonna go through this pretty quickly because I know that we've had this discussion before, but I want to get to the main things that we focused on this year. So we did a comprehensive needs assessment, and we looked at our areas of strength, what we thought were strengths and areas of improvement. We know that we have acquired high quality instructional materials. We have increased collaboration in PLC planning. We have great parental and community involvement. We have school-wide behavior expectations, and we also have a permanent location, which was very key in helping us make a lot of improvement this year. Some things that we thought were areas of improvement we needed high-quality teaching across, so high-quality Tier 1 teaching, and then deciding when Tier 2 was necessary and Tier 3, so when students weren't performing. We want to increase student academic achievement and growth. We want school-wide engagement. We want attendance and participation every day with students and families to understand this, and consistency of behavior expectations. You can have a plan, but you have to implement it, and so that was something that we felt that we needed to improve upon. So the 5 key areas, the priorities were number 1, Tier 1 instruction with highly effective instructional strategies. Number 2, Atlas achievement. We wanted to have a 5% increase in math, ELA, and science. Number 3, we wanted to look at the expected growth, and we wanted 10% for our students. And number 4, attendance response, so data collection, family and staff communication. We have improved communication this year. And parent engagement, where we were shooting for 100% parent engagement, and I believe we've achieved that, but it's in a variety of ways, and I'm going to discuss that in a little bit. I'm not going to read all of these slides to you. I just wanted to talk about Tier 1. We had, with all the progress that we've made this year, we had a state literacy coach come in, and she helped with Tier 1 instruction. And we would do walkthroughs with her, and she would have coaching sessions with the teachers, and this was K1, 2, 3. And she would spend time working on things that they needed to improve upon. We would go back in, and sometimes, we met with them on Monday. We would do walkthroughs, and we would have discussions again on Friday. So we were continuing the discussion sometimes twice a week with teachers. How are you improving? And we did see growth with the instruction. With our 4th through 6th grade, I also conducted walkthroughs. A K2 literacy, K3 literacy coach kind of focuses on the lower grades, and I did walkthroughs at the upper grades. And I provided a lot of feedback, and I asked a lot of hard questions. And when I share our data later, you're going to see why it was necessary to have some of those harder conversations. Our second priority was to have 5% growth in our summative. And what we were looking at was achievement. So with achievement, a student scores a 3 or a 4. In order to do that, we had to look at our PLC data. We had to look at where we were last year at this time. We had to look at the beginning of the year, interim, and we had to look at common formative assessments. One of the things about growth and Tier 1 instruction with growth is we are all silos at Garfield Scholars Academy. So each grade level has exactly 1 teacher. And so we learned how to come together and work as a K2 and sometimes 3 team, and then we also worked as a 3-6 team with the teachers getting together and talking about students. Something that we did is we had a time dedicated in our master schedule, so all students got what they needed when they needed it. Every staff member was involved that was able to be involved, including myself. We focused on English language arts in the fall, and then we spent our spring focusing on math. So we were looking not only for achievement, but we were looking for student growth. So students set personal growth goals. There's an expected growth consideration when we look at our data, and then there's a personal growth goal that students set for themselves. And we looked at PLC data. The students set goals with their teachers. We had plans for the end of their summative test at the end of the year. And we spent time with the teachers talking to them and working with them on what that does look like. What does growth look like? How do students know that they're going to grow that much? What do they need to do to achieve that? Sorry about that. The next one is attendance. Last year at this time, we had, as an average, we had 95% attendance, daily attendance through eSchool. And this year we looked at it, and I'm going to share toward the end, we actually went up 1% in our percentage. So we like where we're trending with attendance. We had some hard conversations with families, and sometimes we like to joke, but we are a school choice, but it's not a choice to come to school. And I think sometimes families, they hear their kindergartner saying, I don't want to get up and go to school. And so we've had a lot of really great conversations with parents about that. Parent engagement, this was my next big priority this year. Last year when we started, we took a survey. How do you best want to be communicated with? And a lot of people said, they like to get their information from Facebook. And I think Facebook has an algorithm that doesn't always feed them the information that they need. So I decided to start a private group me where it was mostly one-way communication, where they could reach out to me if they wanted in direct message. And so we had an outstanding response to group me. And so they like receiving that information that way. I also like to offer a printed newsletter every week, because there are some families that appreciate that. So we do that. But we looked at different ways to communicate, and talk about our calendar, talk about upcoming things, and that also kind of meshed with our attendance, because when parents knew when breaks were coming, attendance went up because they weren't taking a break when they didn't need to. So, all right. So the 5% growth, this is a little bit hard to read. This was mostly for my notes, but I did want to put this up here for you. In math, we achieved our 5% growth goal. As you can see in fourth grade, our third graders going to fourth grade, we had 35% growth. And so we were very excited about that. Our fourth going to fifth grade, we did not have the growth that we were looking for, and I'll share a little bit more about that. So we did not have that in fourth grade going to fifth, so our current fifth graders. And our sixth graders, we had 17% growth, which actually not 17%, were proficient, and so 3% growth. And so as you can see, you go down English language arts, same thing. We had growth at the current fourth graders. We did not have growth with our current fifth graders. We did with our current sixth graders. And then in science, we had growth in fourth grade, and we did not meet our growth goal. Let me clarify that. We did not meet our goal of 5% with our fifth and sixth graders this year. Okay, so really quickly, the other four priorities, expected growth. So out of 87 students that we tested, 72 met expected growth in at least one area. So we just combined all of those together. So math, English language arts, and science. So the expected growth that we used this year that was recommended was when a student has a scale score, there is a plus minus, a standard deviation, and that's what we used for expected growth. I did not measure what their personal growth was on this because we did just finish testing last week, and so we did know how many completed their expected growth. Our parent and guardian engagement, out of 80 families, 76 are active members on the school-wide GroupMe, and the rest of them get their information from paper newsletters each week. Our PLC data review, walkthroughs, and coaching routines, staff met weekly and sometimes twice weekly to review data and coaching, an average of 3 weeks out of each month, only taking breaks for school closures. So we met every week consistently. And again, our attendance, I mentioned that earlier. Last year we had an average daily attendance of 95.5%, and this year we were up to 96.56%. I do have some data in the next few slides, and I did share this in January, but now we have our summative for this year, and this is achievement. This is not growth. We do not have that, and we've also been encouraged not to try to calculate our own growth because there's a lot of factors involved in it. But if you will look at where we were at blue, because we're blue and green, compared to the state, which is orange and red. Last year at this time, in our third graders, we were 25% with achievement compared to the state at 40. This year we're at 60% compared to the state at 47. So we see some really great things going on in fourth grade. Our fifth graders this year, you can see in the middle set of bar graphs, we have, they were at 40% last year as fourth graders compared to the state at 43. And this year they are exactly the same, 40%, with the state going up to 45. And we have already been talking and making moves and looking at this data and making decisions for next year. And then you can see last year's fifth graders were 14% compared to the state's 37. And this year they're at 17% proficient compared to the state's 45. Again, we're making moves, walk through data, coaching cycles, and we have made some decisions to bring in some new staff this year. So that was math, and I'll go ahead and go on to English Language Arts. Same thing, you've got our school being the blue and green, and the state being orange and light blue. And so last year our third graders were at 20% where the state was 40. This year we're up to 33% of achievement. That wasn't our goal. Our goal was much higher, but we love to see the growth and we're moving in the right direction. I believe that we have the right people in place and we have the right instructional materials. Our fourth graders last year were 40% compared to the state at 49, and they've dropped. So this year's fifth graders dropped to 20% achievement levels. And our current sixth graders, last year they were 14% achievement compared to the state at 37, and this year they're at 20% compared to the state at 41. Science. Excuse me. Again, blue and green. Fourth grade this year, we had phenomenal growth. Last year we were at 31%. This year we're at 60% in science, and that's very exciting. And we like to pat ourselves on the back too, because that is part of our mission is to for agriculture and economics and the STEM aspect. We think we're getting hands-on learning in front of the students. Our current fifth graders this year, they were 40% last year, and they're 0. And I have no excuse other than instruction that was taking place was not effective. And sometimes when you have a teacher in a classroom and they have great relationships but not the rigor, this can be the outcome. And I do have many hours of documentation with the teacher that was teaching 5th and 6th grade. And so again, we have made some changes and we have brought in new staff for next year. And then the 6th grade, again, we were 14% last year and we're 17% this year. Okay, I did include kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade on this. And I'm embarrassed to say that these numbers are not correct, but I'm more proud that the numbers are not correct in the positive, because ELA scores were taken down right after they took the test. They were trying to, clarify data, and they put the scores back up. So what I would like to share is what I have, and it's not on yours. This year, our kindergarten in math achievement was 65% compared to the state at 58%. Kindergarten English Language Arts was 71% achievement compared to the state at 66%. Our 1st and 2nd grade math and ELA were not what we expected. We were coached and we really thought that we would make a lot of growth with students. In 1st grade math, we were 50% achievement compared to the state at 53%. English Language Arts, we were 29% achievement compared to the state at 56%. 2nd grade math, 44% compared to the state at 51%. And English Language Arts, 25% compared to the state at 49%. And so we are continuing to look at our instructional practices. We made, again, I've said it for the 3rd time now, we've made some really tough decisions, and we have brought in some new teachers to fill in some roles that we thought were a better fit for our school and for our students for growth. So, thank you very much.
Questions from the panel? So I'll start with Ms. Stewart.
I did, thank you for the presentation, appreciate that, and I know, you know, tough decisions are hard, obviously, but, you know, thinking about that, if you can just remind me, from our last, time together, I know you've got one teacher per grade, how many students per class typically, average?
So Cheryl Harrison, I'm the director. So right now in kindergarten, we had 18 students. First grade, we had 15 students. In second grade, we had 9. So we had a combined class there. So we had a first and second grade split. Third grade, we had 22 students. Fourth grade, we ended the year at 16 students, and then a combined class of 12 with fifth and sixth grade.
Okay, so along those lines, just thinking through staff and staffing, and I know, you know, you mentioned you'd made some hard decisions. Can you talk a little bit more about that from the perspective of, obviously the look-fors with the previous staff was not what you were looking for with new. Tell us about the recruitment of those educators and what do you think is going to be the challenge?
Thank you. Yes, great questions. First of all, you know, we're in a very small community, and I posted a job posting, I think middle of March, just putting a wide net, casting a wide net, looking for classroom teachers. And I received 7 very qualified resumes. And so we were very excited, and so I think we're going in the right direction. Recruitment, we were always worried about recruitment, and making sure that we had the right teachers. The first thing we did, and when I say we, it's mostly me as an administrator, but I did look at that with some of my teachers is, you know, what are we looking for? You know, we were looking at teachers, number one, that were hopefully highly qualified. We were looking for some master teacher designations, and we found one. And interviewed and made that decision to hire. So we're very excited about that. What we want to do this next year is we want to find any possible way to not have split classes. We just don't think it's best for kids. And so we're looking at the budget every way we can to make sure that we're going to be able to provide students, especially our younger students, where we've got that third grade transition with the retention. Our younger students are getting what they need. And so we're already concerned about next year. We're concerned that they're going to be behind going into second and third grade. And so we have hired a master teacher designation teacher that's got lots of experience, and she's had all the training that we're looking for. She's very excited about the professional development that we're going to also offer. And then I've also hired a new first grade teacher that is highly trained, and is using some of the same strategies, but also has some exciting new things to offer for our first graders. Because I've got a kindergarten group coming to her that's going to need all the challenge. You know, I've got 71% in ELA and 60% in math, and they're going to need to be pushed. And so we just got to look at each grade level by the challenges that we have and what they've got coming.
Well, I definitely think that's a great strategy, and
Yes.
I congratulate you on finding that master teacher that
Yes.
can come in and hopefully be a resource across all grade levels. You know, that's terrific, because I know recruitment is just difficult, period. So I'm thrilled to hear that. You mentioned PD. What does that look like? Are you able to access outside vendors? Are you doing it in-house? What does your PD look like specific to, you know, the needs of your students? And in order to really hit these marks, you know, it's gonna be, there's a lot that's gonna need to be done.
Absolutely. I'm very excited to announce that we applied for and received a full grant to become a U-Fly school, which is phonics. And so what that does, and we achieved that because we had a state literacy coach. And so they had a supply. We will get all of the supplies. We will get all the professional development in early August for the teachers that qualify for that. We also still have a partnership with Benchmark for our older, and we're able to continue using that. And we have professional development every year for them, for our older students. Something I kind of wanted to revisit too, we were talking about strategies. With our older grades, we are thinking about doing more of a departmentalized model next year, 3rd through 6th grade, where the teacher is focusing on one content area, and they can spend more time looking at science or looking at math or looking at English language arts. And I'll do that 3rd through 6th grade. So just kind of thinking outside the box and different strategies, when you have 3 teachers in 4 grade levels, how they can support each other. And so we would like to offer that, for our families next year.
Yeah, that's great. Well, and I know that we, during the last time together, we talked a little bit about making sure you utilize the resources at the department.
Yes.
And all, anything out there that is available to bring in to support your staff and your
Yes.
teachers, especially as you're looking to, increase their marks, increase their effectiveness in the classroom. So I'm thrilled to hear that you've had some good experiences with the literacy coaching, and I'd encourage you to continue that, and then also engage in every other area, honestly.
Yes.
Because it can be a great support for you. One last thing, I noticed you had mentioned, making moves, especially I think it was with math in 4th grade. Tell us what that looks like. I know probably staffing might be what that looks like maybe, but if you could just expand on that a little bit.
So our current 4th graders made huge gains compared to 3rd grade last year. But the 4th graders that went into 5th grade this year and 6th grade, those were our students that struggled the most. And there was one teacher with 5th and 6th grade. They had 12 students. And I spent a lot of time in class, did a lot of walkthroughs, did a lot of coaching, spent a lot of time asking questions and looking for answers. And again, the teacher was a great relationship person, but the rigor and the instruction was just not her strength. And I had to encourage her to look at the master schedule and remind her that the master schedule is very important. So there were a lot of things involved in that, and I did spend a lot of time with those 5th and 6th grade students.
Yeah, that's definitely helpful. So then, let's see, last but not least, PLCs. You've talked a lot about that, and I noticed it in all of your priorities, which I think is fantastic. Can you talk to us a little bit about, what those look like? And then also, when students are identified as struggling, what are the supports that are put in place for those students to ensure, that they are being brought along?
Yes, ma'am. One of the first things that we did as a school-wide PLC, and again, there's 5 classroom teachers and me, and then our counselor, and we meet every Friday afternoon. So we do have an early release. Families voted on that, and they liked that model, and that's where we have our professional learning community and our collaborative team meeting. And so teachers sit down, we all looked at data. We all found areas where the students were struggling and where they were strong. We implemented, and for the students that were actually strong, we implemented an enrichment program to go along with our gifted and talented, so those kids got to have their needs met, and they're also growing on the Atlas test. We're making sure that's happening. The students that are on grade level, they're getting a little push in maybe a section of vocabulary or comprehension, and that is where we talked about our boost group that we had every Monday through Thursday, and all teachers participated. And then our struggling learners, we looked at data, and we found teachers that we thought had strengths in certain areas, and they took those children to work with them, those students. And so as you can see, my kindergarten teacher did a phenomenal job in math and English language arts, and so any child that had any gaps in their science of reading, their phonological awareness, she took them and she was working with them. I think, we feel like that we did as much as we could, but we didn't, so we're going to do more next year. And we also feel like that maybe we could have a part-time aide come in and work with small groups with students. But my teachers are also learning how to do that at K-3, work with small groups. And so I think a lot of that Tier 2 instruction can happen within the classroom and doesn't have to have a pull-out. So
And
we're
then
doing a lot of
what about,
professional.
I think that's great.
Mhm.
And then what about the specific supports for special education?
Yes, I have 2 special education teachers,
Okay.
and one spends 3 days on campus and the other 2.
Okay.
And they split their work, their caseload, and students are getting the support there. One thing I wanted to say about my 3rd grade students that I like to say, and also my 4th grade students that have an IEP, I didn't have any students that did not pass the ELA with an IEP this year, and we were very excited about that. What we've discovered is some of our newer students that were homeschooled before, that was an area of struggle for them, so we've got a plan in place for that next year. But yeah, we had a lot of support with our SPED students.
So what would be the caseload, just out of curiosity?
We have 12 students,
Okay.
so
Okay.
about 10%. Yeah.
Okay, well, great, thank you
You're
for
welcome.
answering all those questions.
Thank you.
Dr. Bacon?
Yeah, thank you. I enjoyed listening to that discussion because I think we can all agree that the rigor, as you pointed out, and the quality of the teacher in the classroom is going to make such a difference. I know you noted that I think it was 1st and 2nd had a combined classroom with a teacher, 5th and 6th, and those were certainly the areas where the growth and achievement didn't happen the way that it did, say, in kindergarten and 3rd. What does your enrollment look like next year? And you said, looking at, do you have the ability to have single grade levels, or I know you mentioned something about maybe compartmentalizing. How does that look to try and
Yes.
meet those instructional needs?
So right now, I have 18 students enrolled for kindergarten next year. So that'll be a standalone class. I have the students that were in kindergarten this year going to 1st grade, and that'll be a standalone class. I have 17 or 18. And we've hired a new teacher just for 1st grade. As of right now, with what we're looking at with 2nd and 3rd grade, it's those 1st and 2nd graders that are moving up. That's the master teacher that I hired.
Okay.
And if we have to have a split, she's teaching it.
Okay.
If we can manage not to, I will hire another teacher, and we'll have a smaller group of students my upper grade teachers, I had 22 in 3rd grade, and they're moving to 4th grade. And then my 4th graders, 16, they'll be going to 5th grade, and then I have 6th graders next year. So right now it'll be a 5-6 split.
5-6 would
Yeah.
be-
And I'm moving a teacher to that 5th and 6th grade that was highly effective. She was my 3rd grade teacher this year.
Okay. Because that would be my next question is sort of as you think about and you're bringing in new staff, but you also have some and placing them, like something worked with 4th grade.
Yes.
What can you replicate from that? How do you take lessons from that teacher and use that through PLCs, through training and support for your other, maybe some of the newer teachers, or to sort of, we know you've got something that can work.
Yes.
How do we replicate
My
that?
4th grade teacher just has really high expectations. He has the relationships, but his rigor is off the charts, and he doesn't let up, and the kids know that, and they know the expectations. And he's not as willing sometimes to speak up in PLC about how he pushes, but he is more. He's feeling more comfortable doing that, but he's very effective with the instruction. He uses the curriculum. He's using the state blueprints for Atlas to guide his teaching.
Sure.
He's looking at his data. Like every time a student takes an assessment, he's looking at data, and he's sharing it with the students. And so I think that's also another big point for him, is he does that. They know where they're at all the time.
Right, and if
Yeah.
I were putting together a professional development plan for next year, those things you just hit on are probably things that I would certainly want to make sure were included. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Baldwin?
Thank you. We were given something called a brief performance snapshot, and it was kind of a summary of the year. And there was a couple of comments in here I wanted to ask about, and just get your response to it. Maybe even really what I'm asking is to explain it maybe in a different way than what it's written in here, in a way I can understand it. So, one of the comments was in core instruction and curriculum, and it said, additional staffing challenges, including educators not fully meeting curriculum expectations, contributed to instructional inconsistency. So tell me what that means when educators don't meet curriculum expectations.
So I can give you specific examples. Our first and second grade teacher, our fifth and sixth grade teacher, the walkthroughs with our state literacy coach were focused on that classroom. And we have a rubric, and the teacher has the rubric, and they know what the expectations are. And we go in and observe, and we see what we notice is happening. And then they immediately, and it's my coach and my teacher, I'm usually not involved in that, have a conversation about how they can move that needle with curriculum. How are you scheduling it? What does your lesson look like? What's included? Are you stating your expectations? Are you moving at a consistent pace? And then we go back the following week and look for those same expectations. And it was just a struggle with a first and second grade split class and with that teacher. And it was very similar. I spent a lot of time in the fifth and sixth grade class and setting expectations, looking at master schedule, what is the curriculum, what are the standards, and I ask a lot of hard questions, and I ask for feedback from that teacher, and we would have coaching sessions. And again, I think that it was just not the best fit for fifth and sixth grade classroom, and so I made some changes in both of those areas.
Were these new teachers, younger teachers, or?
They weren't.
They, okay, so kind of an unexpected situation.
Kind of an unexpected situation.
Are they still
yeah.
with the school?
No.
Okay. You know, I live in West Fork,
Yes,
so I know what it's like to live next to Fayetteville, Springdale, Rogers, and Bentonville, especially Bentonville. And I felt for you when another comment was about challenges in recruiting and retaining highly effective teachers due to geographic and salary constraints. So, you know, the big school districts suck up teachers, and they're always short. They're always looking to pick off our good teachers. How do you compete? I mean, West Fork struggles also with that.
What we like to say is we just offer some intangibles, and we offer a calendar that fits the state guidelines, but also offers a little bit of flexibility. We have a little bit longer day, and so our students are getting their seat time and their hours, but we have more frequent breaks each month. We try to have at least one 3-day weekend or a 4-day weekend if it doesn't fall within Christmas break or spring break. And so I think teachers appreciate that. I think, one of these days a dream might be to look at an extended calendar where we're offering a few more frequent breaks and students aren't having such a regression in the summer. I would love to do that. But I think teachers like our model. They like the small town. They like the small school. And as you've seen from our enrollment, our classes are not full. And so they appreciate that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you fully staffed right now?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Yes.
Good.
I'd like to add one more teacher.
And looking into next year, I know we're just finishing up the year.
Yes,
so
yes. I've already done all my hiring, so we are fully staffed.
Okay. Remind me, and I'm looking now at enrollment by year. What was your expectation when you all came to us wanting to start the school? And just in looking at it for 25-26, you had 94 enrolled, it looks like. And that looks like, when I flip back to the financial results, it looks like that's kind of break even, because you all were basically just barely at break even with 94. So what did you expect? What is different than the expectation, and what will allow you to maybe grow a bit and kind of get into a better size?
Would you like to speak to that? Yeah, that's fine.
Joy Sawyer, and I'm a founder and a board member. So years ago, the population at the Garfield Elementary School was around 150 kids. And I knew from conversations with people in the community and as we went through that process, that a lot of kids had either school choiced over to Pea Ridge or had chosen to school at home. And so our hope and our expectation was that we would open this school and we would be back in the old building, and and everybody would be excited and they would want to come back. And we obviously last year did not go into the old building, and so this year I think we we had about 15 more kids than what we had last year. We are very fortunate, as you know, we don't have a mortgage or anything as our building was donated, so we've been very fortunate in that. And we already have more kids enrolled for next year than we have this year. And our small classes, that 5th and 6th grade, and then for some reason in the middle there, the rising 3rd graders, is a small group. And I think that has a lot to do with parents said, oh, they're closing our school, and they kind of got together, and they made their choice so their kids could stay together. But again, our kindergarten class this year was full, our kindergarten class next year is full. So our expectation is just that we will continue to, every year, grow through that. And I think that I do think that we will continue to grow. We are not going to add the 7th grade this year because fiscally that's not a responsible thing to do right now. But we are looking at adding some sports in. We've had a wrestling group come in, and they're doing some wrestling in Garfield now. And we are we have that beautiful old gym, historic gym sitting in back there. And so we are hoping to add basketball in the near future. And I just think those kinds of things, that will continue to bring kids, because parents are going to go, more and more where there's more activities for their kids. So those are just some of the things that we're working on.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your presentation, and my colleagues have asked most of the questions that I have. I will say it stands out to me, your poverty level and free and reduced lunch level, and how it's lower than that of Rogers and much lower than that of the state. So just, we know what an impact poverty is on student achievement, yet you're not getting the type of results that you normally see from maybe peer schools that have the same poverty level. So that just shows how important the other factors, the teacher efficacy, the poverty is out the window if you don't have a strong teacher. So I think you've recognized that, and you can't say more about that. Like, you've recognized how to address that, and I'm hopeful that with your intense focus on quality teacher and quality instruction, that we'll see the results that you would expect, and that would be more associated with someone that has a poverty level that you have, and the community involvement that you have. Because you have so many great pieces that it's got to have been falling apart just in that piece of instruction. That has to have been it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you all for your presentation. In looking at your priority goals and your drivers, I'm curious about, you spoke to options, letting teachers go if needed, hiring some highly effective teachers to come on board, your instructional team meetings. I'm curious, as professional development or those instructional meetings are happening, what are some ways that you know that the teacher is mastering the learning that they need? Oh, I was like, what?
Cheryl Harrison, the director. I think you got to finish asking your
I think
question.
so.
How do we know that the teachers are
Yes.
getting? A lot of that depends on the walkthroughs.
Okay.
And it's just one of those things, when you plan an observation with a teacher, and I was a teacher for a lot of years, you're going to be really prepared. You're going to have everything on point. The walkthroughs are the most important, and it kind of serves a dual purpose. The students see me in the classroom more, and the teachers know that I could come in and observe any time. And I want to see good things. I'm not looking for bad things, but I think that's the most important. And maybe we're at a point where I'm sharing walkthrough data with the rest of the team. We're just so small. I just want to be careful about morale and culture. But just so they can, I could give them some data basically on what I'm seeing when I go in. Are they on the master schedule where they're supposed to be? Do I know what standard they're teaching? Do the students know what standard they're teaching? What are they learning? So things like that, I think we could definitely improve there.
Okay, thank you.
Before we close out,
No further
before we close out
questions.
questions, I think Dr. Turker has some comments he needs to share with us. I might have done this a bit out of order. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure, if you don't mind to just review. Thank you.
As I explained, Sarper Turker from the CE, Director of Charter Schools, we created a team with APSRC and our team together, and we visited Garfield Scholars Academy. And I can tell you that the visit was really good. Seeing the students in the classroom and first and foremost, being a classroom teacher and school leader, when students see 10 people coming to classroom, it can be overwhelming. But the students, they were pulling me to the side, asking questions. So I absolutely enjoyed my time visiting the school and the data that they share, but most importantly, what they own, where they are, and where they're going to move forward. And with that, we are confident that, and we believe that Garfield Academy will improve where they are in, and they are going to become a better graded school. So our recommendation to you guys to accept their improvement plan with conditions to quarterly check-ins with CSU team, and so that we can provide a report to you guys, as well as it is extremely important that we get to analyze and understand their Atlas interim data so that we can provide that report to you and then understand where we are middle of the school year, so that we're not waiting, having this conversation at the end of the school year, so that we are we can sustain our progress and monitoring.
Okay, good. Do we have any questions for Dr. Turker on what he shared with us, or anything that he shared with the written document? Thank you. Okay. Are there any other questions for the charter? Right, no, seeing none. Okay, I will now accept a motion on the request regarding accepting their school improvement plan.
I move that we accept Garfield Scholars Academy's comprehensive improvement plan with the condition that the school participates in the quarterly check-ins with the charter unit, and that they administer the Atlas interim assessment. I was looking to see if it was quarterly or not.
I think it's just three times a year, right? Beginning,
Okay.
middle, yeah.
Okay,
beginning,
thank
middle,
you.
and end.
The Atlas interim assessment, and report those results to the charter unit.
Second.
Have a motion by Dr. Moore and a second by Ms. Stewart that we accept the plan with the recommendations from the charter office in regards to check-ins and then also administration of the Atlas interim assessment. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay. All right. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Like sign? Any that would like to abstain from the vote? Okay. Very good, motion carries, thank you. Okay, so I think at this point, we're gonna break for lunch, and then we'll come back and continue with the rest that are on the agenda.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good luck, I know you'll do it. Yes.
Is lunch here? Okay, so we'll probably be back at 1. Do you want to say 1? It's 12:15-ish now. Is that too much time? Is that fine? Okay. Okay, so that should be good.
Hey, do you possibly know, because I know your offices are over there now too, aren't they? Is there a place over here I can take a Zoom, or should I just go to my office for my Zoom? Okay, it's fine. I'll just, well, I mean, my office is over there. So I'm at Capitol too, so I'll just walk over there. I'll just need to leave here in time.
So when you said Westport, so this is like a long time ago when I used to teach at a Montessori school.
Okay.
I had a student that was from Westport, and that lets you know how lively that student was that I
Well,
remember he was from.
I'll be
That's
gone from like
Westport.
1:20 so I'll be at 2.
Well, sometimes, no, but he was a very sweet child, but he was.
Do you have a
all
quorum
boy.
without me?
And I remember him pulling the fire alarm one time, and all that kind of good stuff. But no, but he was a very sweet boy.
1, 2, 3. You've got 4 plus the board chair. I'm coming back, but it'll be, yeah. I'll be gone at least until 2, maybe 2:15. Okay.
Okay, you got it. I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to do it.
We have a quorum still.
Just a signature, right? All right. Yes, I'll pass it on down.
Oh, snap.
I see the get your signature.
That's okay.
We can do that. Buy your own lunch and sign this one. Yes.
Easy.
We can do that.
Thanks.
They did, I've been impressed with all of them.
Oh my gosh, I love it, and I'm so glad you started texting back because it had me realize that I had while we were in the church table. I'm so glad. Oh, yeah.
How are you? I'm doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm gonna watch and make sure Sonia doesn't slash my tires, that's all I'm
Please, no.
saying.
Please now. Hey,
You did good on that, I wasn't sure what.
hey, Carl, it's Sonia calling you back. This message, please give me a call. If I don't answer right away, I'm in a meeting. But I'll give you a call back. Hopefully you'll get this call in the next 30 minutes. I'm free until 1. Thanks, bye. No, but Tina, part of it too was that I had an email that popped up like when we were talking, and I made the mistake and looked at it, and my blood just went.
Oh, no.
Yes,
Oh,
and so
no.
then I was having to refocus. And
I know,
then
I felt bad.
and
I
was
just got
having to
so
refocus.
confused, and so I felt bad that I was like, I just didn't know what the rule was.
And I was like, we need to just get through this. And I was like,
I never know like what all specifics we need to say in a motion or what we don't, you know, like, and I don't want to go back and then be able to say, oh, well, we don't have to do that. That wasn't in their motion. Like,
no, I think it, you know, you try to get as much as, but it was just more so that, and then I was trying to get refocused, and then I was like, my mind kept going back to that, and I was like, I can listen to what they're saying and listen and hear.
No, you did
And then I
good.
kept going
You
back,
kept
and I
us on
just said, I
track.
just need to not look at an email. It's like, ugh. I just have a pet peeve with passive aggressiveness.
Did you get a passive aggressive email?
Well, just people being passive aggressive, and I'm a pretty direct person, but I'm respectfully a pretty direct person.
Yeah.
So people who are passive aggressive, that's just like my Achilles heel. Just like, look, we're all adults. Just
Act like it.
you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Oh.
Did you say we have some lunch?
Okay.
Thank y'all for doing that.
Okay.
Thank you. Makes today a little easier
Okay. I'm hungry. Hello, friend. How are you?
What kind of questions they needed to know that we're gonna ask. But,
Where's our lunch at?
in the break room.
like 2 days, I've got to use the rest of it to do. There's nothing else.
It's a family reunion.
3 years of school that comes.
Thank you.
Because they're not making progress. And then what is?
A tour.
Staff members and coaches.
Oh, I thought you were getting ready to.
I mean, I tried to stay out of trouble. Crystal is at a call right, getting me in trouble. Right? Yeah. Right. Good to see you.
You say that, and they'll get up there and like, you said.
They're gonna tell me nothing. Right, I think they're making progress.
But I need to like spend some time and actually like do some deep work. Yes.
Well, yeah. You need to calm down. Yeah, but when he went in hard, he went in hard. You felt like you had a breeze? Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, all he needed to do was just settle down. He was trying too hard. Yeah. Now tonight it's the Knicks and the Cavaliers.
I'll be over there, about 9:30. Perfect, thank you. But I'm coming back.
It's hard to be in two places. But sometimes that's kind of what people expect.
Well, and I still didn't get the story about Worthing. Thank you.
So, I lost it, $15 million. That's 100%. So we all actually policy like that. Our officer on the ground, like, and then the bank did it, had a pretty good size run on it. All the president and the regulator came up that Sunday. We all had a meeting in the boardroom. And we got all the lawyers and we got back to this is back in the day when the lawyers.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, no,
And the LCC guy drops this new thing. What as long as somebody said it on record, this is what we're closing numbers. It's Sunday, it will be executed tomorrow. Unless you agree right now that we capitalize the bank. Really cold. Stevenson. So what I was doing, I guess you get on my, I think, and then you guys can.
Sure, okay. And so do you want to do that before we do our questions? And ask our own questions and then have you come after that? Okay. Okay.
Testing. Oops. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, I think we are all back and ready to get started on our next agenda item. And that would be the review and consideration of a school improvement plan. Item B, Friendship Aspire Academy Schools. And it looks like that we're going to have a presentation for all four at one, okay. And so that's for Friendship Aspire Academy downtown Pine Bluff, Hazel Street, Pine Bluff, Little Rock Elementary, and then North Little Rock Elementary.
It's all combined.
Okay. So before we get started, do we have any concerns from legal that we need to have addressed?
Hi, Julia Rainey, ADE. We have no legal concerns.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay. So before we get started with the presentation, all that will be speaking on behalf of the charter, will you please stand and raise your right hand? Okay. Do you swear that the testimony or statement you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, you may begin your presentation.
Well, it's nice to see you all again. It's coming. But good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. And we just wanted to go ahead and provide updates on our campuses. Trans Superintendent Friendship. We always forget to do that. Corrective action plans, academic progress, and next steps moving forward. Our focus still remains on improving student achievement, strengthening instructional systems, and ensuring long-term stability. Oh, there you go. So our mission, as you all know from past, is to provide a world-class education that prepares students for success in college and beyond, and we also including STEM as we move forward to STEM. There you go. I was like, okay, my bad, sorry. We're committed to high academic standards, stronger character development, and preparing well-rounded scholars, and every decision we make is grounded in ensuring scholars receive rigorous and supportive instruction. So I'm going to start with the North Little Rock, and this is the interim data, the second interim data that you receive. And you can see there you got your math, ELA, and science, and you got interim 1 and interim 2. There has been a lot of growth in that since we last met, based upon the plans that we have talked about. So you see there's a big increase in math, ELA, and science, and also because it's also a small school. It's a K-3 school, okay? So with the North Little Rock campus, what we did was we strengthened instructional systems through weekly PLCs, right, and ongoing collaboration. We also had a state-appointed literacy specialist that provided direct support to improve instructional quality for our teachers as well as our principal. And then we implemented structured intervention twice daily for both ELA and mathematics, okay? And then we had also, because it's a small school, we had smaller class sizes that have allowed for more individualized instruction and targeted support for our students. And then these efforts are helping improve instructional alignment and data-driven decision-making, as you can see from before. With our next school, it is our Pine Bluff downtown, and this is again the Atlas interim data. And you can see there from interim 1 and interim 2 in math, we had a tremendous growth, 58%. ELA, we went from 32 to 47, and then from science, 16 to 37%. And this is proficiency, not the growth, because they're measuring proficiency. So again, this is the interim data that we took in the second quarter, not the second, but the second interim. And then with the Pine Bluff downtown campus, we're strengthening Tier 2 interventions through daily small group instruction and skill-based remediation. And we believed a lot with the small groups because that's where it was targeted as well. And then our intervention blocks became non-negotiables. We made sure that intervention happened throughout to ensure scholars receive consistent report. And then staffing adjustments allowed experienced educators and instructional coaches to directly support instruction. And furthermore, our weekly lesson internalization and data meetings help teachers adjust instructions in real time. And we had an ICU team, and we call it the intensive curriculum unit, like the intensive care unit, where they will go around and provide additional support to our schools, mentoring teachers, coaching teachers, providing support to our leaders as well. And so they've been dispersed amongst our different campuses to provide support. And so that's why you see that. And on top of that, the lesson internalization that we carried out was a little bit more in depth and more detail as well. And so now we go to our Pine Bluff, Hazel Street Atlas interim data. Though you can see there's some growth there, again, there's a lot more to be done, and you can see we're broken down by 3rd, 4th, and 5th, right? And there is some growth that you can see based upon interim 1 and interim 2, and again, hopefully you can translate. But with Hazel Street, we're focused on strengthening 3 major systems: the data system, the data meeting, and the intervention systems. And our goal was to ensure instructional decisions are timely, intentional, and aligned to scholars' need. And with that, we emphasize fidelity, high-quality instruction materials, and stronger lesson internalization. And this is the thing that we carried throughout our campus. That lesson internalization was so critical because teachers needed to understand what is it that they're teaching, right? The standards, what they're teaching, whether or not the students understand, because if that doesn't happen, then it doesn't translate to growth and to success. And so basically with Hazel Street, with the corrective action plan, it's ongoing monitoring of scholars' performance and intervention effectiveness, and we continue to use data to guide instruction decisions and identify areas requiring additional support. And then again, our team remained focused on continuous improvement and accelerating scholars' growth. And again, they also had some of our ICU team members in the school to support, sometimes actually co-teach as well, because some of our teachers are novices. And so it allowed us to have a buddy system where they can provide support with that one. And then our next one is our Garland Atlas interim data. As you can see there, with the Garland interim 1, interim 2, showed a lot of improvement. You got your math, ELA, and science. The biggest improvement that you can see there is the math in interim 2 from 19 to 63%, which is great. And then you got your ELA from 19 to 32, and then third grade science again, 19 to 25. Again, there is some dips that you can see there, but those are the things that we're going to continue to work on to ensure that we see growth as we move along for the next school year. So we would love to say, hey, everything works and everything is showing positive movement, but there's some areas that we know that we still need to work on, and that shows right there. So with the Little Rock Garland, so moving into the 26-27 school year, we will continue to strengthen Tier 1 instruction, okay, across all content areas. ELA remains a major focus, as it should be because of the new state law with the third grade being retention and literacy. And then we plan to expand consistent small group interventions and progress monitoring. Professional development and coaching will continue to support teachers' growth and instruction quality. And our overall goal for that school is to increase the number of scholars performing at level 3 and level 4s across all campus. With also the Little Rock one, like I said, this is some more next steps that we're going to do in order to show you see some dips that we looked at before, and so these are things that we're going to continue to put in place to show that, hey, we're growing a little bit better. But that's pretty much our presentation for our 4 schools.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Baldwin, do you have questions?
Talk to us a little bit about the enrollment decline. I noticed that in some schools you have that, and maybe unpack that a bit for us.
Sure. So our enrollment decline happened, there's many folds with enrollment decline. First, we got schools that are not performing, right? So again, the choices out there, they can go ahead and select other schools. But furthermore, we've seen this when we've spoken to a lot of our colleagues at different charter schools. Because of the LEARNS Act and the voucher system, there's a decline in that. And so it has impacted, a lot of schools within the state with the voucher system. I was told last time when we had this conversation, about 44,000 students are utilizing that voucher system. But again, that's just one of the aspects, but another aspect, like I mentioned at the beginning, is our school performance. A lot of parents are gonna be like, okay, you're not performing, I'm not gonna put my kids there, I'm gonna choose another because there's many options. And so that's where we are. That said, I mean, the decline, I know there's a little bit of a drop maybe at Hazel Street. Maybe we were sitting at one stage maybe 480, 470, now we're 460. Garland actually grew compared to last year. Last year, we had about 200 and, again, don't quote me on these numbers, it's just the top of my head. About 220, I think this year we're sitting about 260. Our middle school grew a little bit more. Our schools in North Little Rock, it's always been a small school because it is a K-3. And a lot of times parents want to keep their students together, so then that way they choose another school where they have a bigger grade band. And so that's why you see there's a drop when we went from K5 to K3. And then our downtown campus, again, because it's a niche school downtown, and again, because it's a K3, a lot of times some parents want to keep their students together. That said, we also provide the options to our parents to bus them to our other campuses that have a higher grade level. However, some parents don't want to bus, and we totally understand.
In your improvement plan, talk to us about the one or two points in that plan that you think may be the hardest to achieve for you all.
Sure. I mean, because we have a lot of novice teachers, right? Trying to get them to understand the lesson internalization, because I think that's very critical. Being able to understand the standards and what the lesson is truly trying to get out of a student, that's where we're gonna put a lot of emphasis in. And so when we started on this process in November, December, when we got the letter grades, we planned as a team, my academic director, myself, and other team members. We were like, okay, what is it that we're missing, right? And lesson internalization has been very big. And so we created a PD where we actually did the lesson internalization with our principals as well. We started with the principals, then we did it with our teachers. And it showed us that even though they might understand at the surface level, it was just surface level. We need to dig deeper into what is it that it's truly trying to do and trying to teach our students. And so that's why we've been trying to get better at that lesson internalization during our PLCs, to plan and say, okay, bring in what is it, your lesson plans that you're trying to do next week, right? Let's go ahead and plan it and see what is it that you're trying to target? What is it that you're trying to get our students to understand? And then work on that. But I think that and making sure that our teachers understand is very critical at this moment in time.
Thank you.
No problem.
Dr. Bacon?
Thank you. First thing I wanted to do was to commend you all and celebrate the award you all received this week at the APSRC Charter Conference.
Thank you.
I think Friendship, if you all weren't aware, received the Trailblazer Award,
Yes, sir.
specifically for being willing to take on some new challenges, and specifically, I think that was related to the unique contract for management of Marvella Lane.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I know Marvella Lane isn't technically a friendship school, but sort of starting there, y'all seen some tremendous growth.
Yes, sir.
Both the elementary and the high school level there. So talk to me about what you've seen in that partnership that's working, and maybe how that's informed things that you can do in some of these schools that
Sure.
are maybe struggling.
Yeah. So when we took on the Marvel and Transformation contract, before we took that on, we did a school visit, right? And I think I've mentioned this story to the board before. We went in there and we asked specifically the students there, what is it that you want to know, or what is it that you want us to do for you next year as we come in? And the one single thing that echoed throughout that conversation was, we just want to be taught, okay? We found out that throughout that time when Marvel, before we took over, there was a lot of substitutes coming in. It was more of a revolving door. People coming every week and changing, and then, and as educators, you guys know that kids know when you care for them. When they know that you're there for them, they will do anything for you, right? But if you're there just for the sake of being there or just a job, they're just gonna treat it like that. And so what we did was we came together as a team and said, okay, this is what's going on. We need to ensure that kids are in the seat, okay? Regardless whether they're gonna listen or not, through osmosis, they might gain something. Because again, changing the culture of a school coming in is very difficult, being that the school's been there for a long time. Okay, so we got in, great principals, Ms. McNutt, Mr. Collins. They were able to go ahead and change that culture to, okay, we care about you, we want you to learn. Being that they were so far behind, our first focus was culture. And as educators, you know that the culture is so important. If you don't have that culture, then you can't start that learning process, because kids can act out. I had one student, I called the walker. you'll find him walking the hallways every day, nonstop. And so that's why I said, make sure these kids sit in their seats, and whether or not they learn, eventually, hopefully, it will get through to them. And when we did that, a lot of kids like, okay, you guys cared, we're gonna start learning, and that's how it progressed. So year 1, about culture and building. Year 2, we tried kind of like tweak it a little bit with the educational, instructional, and then year 3. So I think coming this year, we're gonna see, you know, again, I think improvements, and what they've done so far, and having a team that cares, and when teachers know that administration cares about you and want to be there for the kids, they also care. So they want to teach. And so all the teachers that were at Marvel were actually at Marvel before we came in. We had interview, we interviewed the teachers, we said, okay, who do we want to keep? And we kept pretty much all of them. But it's the leadership that came in and said, hey, I care. I want our kids to learn. Let's make it happen. Because when you become a teacher, it's not because you become it for the pay or the salary. We all know that. That's just not on, right? They're there for the kids. And a lot of our teachers at Marble Lane are locals, and they care for the kids, and they want to do the same thing. So again, using that to translate, we've been doing over here. So just like what we try to do there with the culture, there's some things that we're doing in school with culture we have, kind of like some schools are a little bit shaky, which we're trying to change around. But a lot of them, again, to Mr. Baldwin's question before, it's about that lesson internalization, because we got a lot of novice teachers. And so again, we at Friendship, at the beginning of the school year, we have called a Friendship, a teacher university, where it's about a week to 2, where we get all our teachers to come in, and we provide them with professional development. Especially last year, we took away the fluff. You know, there's always fluff in these things. So we took away the fluff, where we said, okay, we need to concentrate on lesson internalization. We need to concentrate on getting teachers to know the curriculum. Because at the end of the day, if you don't know the curriculum, it's gonna hurt you, right? And then getting them to understand data. And this is so important, because I think in the school system, when we talk about data, people are like, yeah, I know data, but do you really know data? Can you sit down and look at that data, analyze the data, look at all the points, and then next steps? And I think that's what we're trying to do to make better, because I think if we were ask anybody, hey, look at this, they might say, yeah, that's great, but what are you gonna do with it? What are you gonna do with it? Where are the kids that are failing? Are you gonna group those kids together to put in this group, right? To go ahead and do small group instructions? So again, we're working on that. And also our PLCs. To be honest, you know, we used to use PLCs. I'm not saying we used to. We did at one stage PLCs where we looked about data, but I think we went away from that, and so we went back to focusing on data, focusing on lesson internalization, and then focusing on what is it that we need to do, those plans. So yeah.
Okay. Just two more things
Sure.
related to data. I'm glad you went there, and leadership. I love that you hit on that, because that's the critical answer to all of this. But looking at this interim data, North Little Rock, Pine Bluff downtown, there's really some striking performance sort of across the board. What are you seeing in those schools? What would you attribute to that success that we can maybe learn from?
Sure. I mean, seeing it in the interim is great, but as I say to my team, I want it to translate towards this final summative, right? And so we came together, and I think during our last presentation, we talked about the big deal plan. And so having small group instruction, right, having intervention, and then literally taking the interim assessment, pulling it out, and then what is it that we need to do next, right? Additionally, I think we also mentioned during our last presentation that we also got iReady. And so iReady allowed us to look at what kids are actually missing, and then focus on that. And so we implemented the iReady at the downtown campus first, and that's why it showed growth, right? And then we started rolling out towards our other campuses. I mean, it's a bit late, but it's better than never, because that gave us some data points to look at and what is that we need to do between, you know, the period of February until mid-April when the students were taking the test. But we as a system going to be utilizing that at the very beginning of the school year for the next coming school year.
Awesome. And in the places where maybe the growth wasn't quite as
Mhm.
strong, or maybe had some backsliding, what are you seeing there that needs to change? I know you've mentioned
Sure.
culture,
Yeah.
obviously, but what needs to change and how does that?
Sure. I think, again, it goes back to making sure our we had some vacancies. Let me start by saying that. We had some vacancies in those spots. So we had different people fill in those spots, but again, it doesn't really work, right? Because they don't know it, they don't know the kids, and then the team have to go in and do double work and try and get them to understand this is the classroom, this is now the standard, this is where the pacing is at, the curriculum, and so on and so forth. So I think there's some gaps in there, and I'm not going to say it's all about the vacancies, but some of them is because of the vacancies. And Tony, is that correct? Most of them about the vacancies, right? Yeah. But at the same time, again, she's my academic director, and you got Mr. Kendrick. He's our North Little Rock principal, and he wanted to come today just to see it. And he's done amazing work with what you just saw. But I think the vacancies and making sure our teachers, again, internalize the lesson. That's where I think that's the missing gap. You know, we can go in there and stand in front of the kids, but if you don't understand what is it that you're trying to teach, that's the problem.
Okay, that's all I have. And again, congratulations on the success with the Trailblazer Award. Mr. Kendrick, you're doing obviously some good things in North Little Rock because I see a pattern of tremendous improvement, so keep it up.
Thank you.
Ms. Stewart?
Thank you for being here, thank you for the presentation, and I echo Dr. Bacon's congratulations on the Trailblazer Award for sure.
Thank you.
I wanted to focus just a little bit on the teacher recruitment and
Yes, ma'am.
also the recruitment and retention plan,
Yes, ma'am.
like moving forward. And you just mentioned the fact that there are a number of vacancies across
Yes,
the
ma'am.
board, and obviously, that's impactful. So talk to us a little bit about what you are doing from a recruitment perspective
Sure.
of quality educators, knowing that that's what's going to really drive student
ma'am.
performance.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, we're working very hard on teacher recruitment and teacher retention. It's hard when you have a school that is not performing, because trying to get teachers to come to that school is going to be very, very difficult. It's also very difficult when we as a network face a financial deficiency, because of our 4 schools, we didn't get some of the facility fundings, which hurt us in a way, because now you still have to operate, you still have to perform, but you got less funding to perform. And so we're trying our best to marry the two so that way we can still be financially viable, but at the same time try to recruit a lot of teachers. And I think the principals do a good job, because leadership is very important in a school. And so when they get to see the principal and what they're doing, it also helps out. And also, to your point, culture, if we get teacher recommendations saying, hey, come to our school, great leadership, like Mr. Kendrick, great leadership, come to our school and work, it's a great place. So we've been attacking that issue since January, February. But again, the pool of candidates that want to come to work, that's what we're working on. We've been promoting a lot. We just recently partnered with NASA, and so we're working on that, on our STEM program, and I think that's going to be a big thing in helping us recruit teachers and students as well. But again, it's, you have a choice to come and work here, or you have a choice to come and work there. So at the end of the day, do you want to come and work at a high-performing school, or do you want to come and work at a struggling school? And again, I think with what we're doing this year, we're going to see some growth and we're going to see some gain, and hopefully that should pick up with our recruitment as well.
So have you all had a chance to update the recruitment and retention plan? I noticed that it dated back to 2022.
Yeah, so it's still ongoing. I mean, it's our process is teachers apply, we get them to come in, do a model lesson, right? The first interview, model lesson, and then the final interview. So we still continue to do that. I think at one point we might have got away from it, but I made sure that this year that's a non-negotiable. So that's what we're trying to do. And sometimes it's late in the game. I get that because, again, you know, you got different teachers going different places. And so we're doing what we can to make sure that we fully staffed. That's the first and foremost, fully staffed. But the second, to ensure that we also, with the amount of funding that we have, to equate to that as well.
Well, and I would encourage you, because I do know and understand the concerns and issues with staffing and recruitment and things, but you know, a grow your own model would be something great for you all.
Yes.
I know it's a longer game,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
I think you know, if you can invest in paraprofessionals and classified staff in that way,
Yes, ma'am.
you might see some gains there as well.
And funny you said that. So a lot of, like, for example, Mr. Kendrick was homegrown. He started with us many years ago, many moons ago, as a music teacher. And then over the years, he stepped up to the plate. He became our dean of students. Then he became the assistant principal, and then principal. We also had Miss Jones over at our dyslexia school, also homegrown. She was our teacher over at Hazel Street. And then, no, was it Hazel Street or downtown? I think it's one or the other. But then she became the assistant principal over at downtown, and now she's the principal at our dyslexia campus. So we do grow within the organization. We truly believe in that, and that's why we do a lot of professional development, especially at the beginning of the year, to ensure that that happens. I'll also give you another great one. Our one of our ICU member was teacher coaching ICU member last year, and now she is now the assistant principal at one of our schools. And so we try to ensure that we grow within, because they know the culture, right? They know the culture, they know the kids, they know the teachers, and they know the parents. So most definitely we try to do that, but again, in some other areas, especially with the classroom teachers, you know, that's what we have to do. But
Well,
a lot of,
it sounds like you're doing that with your leader, your school leaders, and
Yeah.
that's fantastic.
yeah, and
So-
you know, we send them to master principal programs. We're trying to build them up, so then that way they can take the next step.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Well, and I would encourage you to do that with classified staff as well.
Yes, ma'am.
If you are able to identify those.
Yeah.
Real quickly too, thinking about your teachers and staff, you mentioned you had a high number of novice teachers.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you talk to us a little bit about how you're investing in them and building them up, and then ensuring, you know, that they are supported
Yes, ma'am.
in order to retain them,
Yep.
and then also to, you know, benefit,
Sure.
be that benefit in the classroom?
Sure. So, like I mentioned before, we have a 2-week boot camp at the beginning of the year at the Teacher University. That's where we try to get them with all the professional development, all the things that they need for the school year. And then additionally, what happens is that Ms. Tony and her team goes in and provide additional support with the coaching, mentoring. Our principals also do the coaching, mentoring, because we, at our campuses, we make sure that they do it every 2 weeks, right? So that way we can continue to see, okay, where is it that you need to grow? What are your strengths? Great, but what are your growths, and how can we grow that? And then we have professional development throughout the year. What we're doing next year is we're still gonna have the Teacher University, but what we've built into our calendars are more professional development days. So in that way, instead of just knowing, I think this year we had 2 professional development days, but next year we're building more into that, so that way we can continue with what they're learning at the beginning of the year as it continues cycle throughout the year.
Okay, yeah, that's great. More support's the better, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So then, I think, lastly, you talked a little bit about PLCs and the importance of those.
Yes, ma'am.
And that fact, you know, kudos to recognizing that you needed to kind of shift back to the data-driven model of that. Can you talk to us a little bit about, you know, how are you involving your novice teachers in that from the perspective of, you know, a growth opportunity for them?
So what we started doing was our principals and our CE team members were leading the PLCs. Then we started to branch off on teachers that were content experts in that content to lead the PLCs. That way it shows that, hey, my colleague who was right next to the door to me who's teaching is now leading the PLC. So we try to encourage that. And again, Ms. Tony and her team, the ICU team, has been doing a great job with that. in ensuring that our teachers understand. But that's what we try to do. We went from leadership doing it to content expert, and hopefully then we can involve everyone. What we did last year in our teacher university was also different. We actually got our teachers to come in and lead some of the professional development, which again helped other teachers, the novice teachers, say, oh, this is where I can become. And hopefully this year we're going to do the same thing as well.
Okay. And I did say that was last. I've done this before, sorry. It made me think of just one additional question.
Sure.
So, some of the language in the documents was, it's been volatile, kind of the ups and downs.
Yes, ma'am.
For several schools. When you're reflecting on that, how are you ensuring that the trajectory is up rather than, the kind of this constant flux in order to stabilize particularly staff?
Sure. And we had that conversation as well. Like, we don't really want to be like a roller coaster ride,
Yeah.
right? Because that's like, oh, great, bad, great, bad, great, bad. So again, it comes back to, we develop our own pacing based upon our curriculum. And so I think it's going back to each leader understanding the pace in the curriculum and providing that support with our teachers to continue with that growth. That's where I think at one stage we might have like, okay, yay, yippee, we did so great, we're at so high. And I think we just took our eyes off the ball. And so that was a very painful lesson that we have learned. But I think after we learned that lesson, it's kind of like, okay, we can't continue to go down this pathway where we take the eyes off the ball, because, previous year, our growth was like 2 points, two percentage points, right? And then last year, it went down. Some schools went down 1 point, some schools went to -1 point, and so on and so forth. So again, we have to continue with that. Okay, this is not good enough. We need to continue with this. And that's why we're building on stronger leadership. Leaders that actually understand this is what we have to do, because it's very important that it starts at the top. Because if leaders don't understand this is what we have to do, nor they don't understand the data, then you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. Let me right now.
Okay. Dr. Bashir stuck in.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation
Yes,
and answering all of the questions so far in depth. I'm wondering, as you think about a system focus, you've spoke to really customizing the learning for teachers and drawing them out, drawing those out who are successful to lead professional development. That's such an excellent use of your resources. What are some things you might be noticing as a system that all of the schools are needing at this time?
Let me start by saying, I think all of our schools need more funding. That would help out with a lot of things that we have to do. Like I mentioned before, because of our situation, we have lost a lot of funding. And so we have to make do with what we have. And so hopefully with everything that you see here, it translates to better scores, which will translate to receiving back the funding, which will then translate to providing more depth of coverage where we need that depth of coverage. But yeah, that's where I can say, again, also having leadership that actually understands how to move forward, that's also very important. But also having leadership that is able to grow. It's very hard when you have leadership coming in thinking that, okay, I know it and this is what I'm going to do, to, okay, this might not work, we have to tweak it and be able to adjust accordingly, just like what we did this year. We found out that, hey, we didn't do well, right? So we as a network, as a team, had to pivot into, okay, it's not working, scrap it, this is what we have to do. And so that's the process.
So, a leadership focus.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And then a follow-up question. or maybe just a clarification, so you attribute the funding challenges, those are something that are more recent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you again for your presentation. I will say that just looking at from interim 1 to interim 2, I said that I'm already able to see progress is being made. I was really surprised and glad to see what was happening at the downtown Pine Bluff with math scores, and then also at Garland. Is there anything you can attribute to why we saw, especially I think it was at Garland, there was like a huge jump? You know, what do you think you guys were able to implement to see that big change so recently?
We were able to get people to come in, like the ICU team, to co-teach, to get teachers to understand the lesson internalization. I think it comes back to that basic concept of understanding the standards, understand the curriculum, understand what you're teaching, but also be on the same pacing. Because if you're not on the same pacing, you know, March, you're still maybe halfway, but then come April when you're taking the test, you haven't done a lot. So I think it's marrying all of that together. And again, there's more work to be done, okay? There's much more work to be done because I don't think we're happy with where we are. I think it's a step in the right direction, right? A lot of work to be done, and I think this year during our summer break, our team's gonna come back together and say, okay, this is what happened, this is what we did this year. What are we doing next year? Might be some changes here and there, might be some shuffling here and there, but that's what we're doing now.
Okay. And then also I just wanted to thank you for the work that's happening with Marble Lane. We were able to do some good partnerships
Yes, ma'am.
over this past year with Career Technical Education that I believe was very beneficial to your students, and hopefully we can continue that in growing your pathways and helping to expose them to more opportunities. So.
Yeah, I mean, the East program at Marvel Lane is taking off. I mean, the kids love it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think, if I'm not mistaken, we're the only school in that surrounding district that had East. I think Barton had it before, but I don't think they're doing it anymore. And so us getting that East program back in there, kids love technology, especially in this day and age. And so we've been doing a lot of great stuff within that school.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Thanks. Are there any other questions from any of the panel members? Okay. All right. So I think Dr. Turker has some follow-up that he needs to provide to us, and we do have a handout in front of us that he needs to reference that as well.
Cyber Turker, Desi, Director of Charter Schools. As you guys saw that Dr. Tran, it's not just a leader, but he owns the issues and the accountability, no finger pointing, no blaming. And they understood the task that they provided back in December and analyzed the issues, and they provided their improvement plan on May 1st. As a team, we collectively analyzed the data and we provided a report to you guys. And our recommendation, this is going to be mouthful, so I'm gonna go slow. The Charter Support Unit recommends the following actions by the Charter Authorizing Panel, except the following: Friendship Aspire Academy, Friendship Aspire Downtown Pine Bluff, Friendship Aspire Academy Hazel Street Pine Bluff, Friendship Aspire Academy Little Rock Elementary, Friendship Aspire Academy North Little Rocks Comprehensive Improvement Plan submitted May 1st with the condition with the school participate in quarterly charter school unit check-ins to monitor implementation and progress. And second recommendation is the listed schools above administers the Atlas Interim Assessment as a mandatory measure to ensure consistent data analysis and provide immediate reporting to CSU in support of accountability.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Dr. Turker? Okay. So I've been advised when we make our motion, we do not have to go back and reread all of these pieces, but we can just reference that as if it's the will of the panel, that the motion be inclusive of the recommendation of the charter office with guidelines, so you don't have to go back and read the whole section. So with that, I am ready to accept a motion on the improvement plan that has been submitted by Friendship Aspire Academy and then all of the schools that are listed as a part of the agenda.
I move that we accept the Friendship Aspire Academy Improvement Plan, including the schools listed with the other information and guidelines provided by Dr. Turker from DESE and the Charter Support Unit.
I second.
We have a motion by Dr. Bacon and a second by Dr. Bashir Duncan that we we accept the improvement plan. See, I'm not even following all directions. Improvement plans that's submitted by Friendship Academy, Friendship Aspire Academy, with the recommendations provided by the Charter Office. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And then any opposed? Any that would like to abstain from the vote? Okay, very good. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have Future School of Fort Smith. And I believe that we have somebody that's joining us online for that conversation. But before we get started, looks like that Dr. Turker has some materials that he needs to pass out to us first. Thanks. Okay. So you said you would like to go first. Okay. All right, so Dr. Turker is going to do an explanation first, and then we'll move into the presentation section.
Thank you. Sarper Turker, DESE. So we have Future School of Fort Smith, Charter High School. They are here before you for their improvement plan as well as renewal. So we met with the Future School High School stakeholders, principal, superintendent, board members, students, and mid-class visits alongside with the APSRC team members. And we analyzed and we discussed a thorough conversation based around the root cause analysis that they provided back in December. And when we talk through the root cause analysis and the improvement plans that they implemented, it was visible, and we could see that the data in each classroom, I can statements, the data that the students complete based on the CFAs or any type of exit tickets, but most importantly that they've discussed and they shared owning the issues where they struggle the most. For instance, reporting and not correctly reporting certain areas. They hired and they have a designated person who provides all the reporting, and they've did analysis and they're correcting all those issues. That being said, they submitted their report on May 1st and we reviewed, and right now they're here before you to present their improvement plan.
Okay, thank you. So first from ADE Legal, is there any concerns that we need to be aware of before we move forward with the presentation?
Hi, I'm Julia Rooney, AD. No legal concerns.
Okay, thank you. And so it looks like that we have Mr. Logan online. Is it Dr. Logan or Mr. Logan?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, all right. So before we get started, can you please stand and raise your right hand? Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in every statement that you're about to give?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You may begin your presentation.
Okay. And first off, I want to apologize for not being there in person. I had some issues come up that prevented that, and thank you all for allowing me to present virtually today,
Yes.
and also to move the agenda around a little bit.
I hope all went well, and thank you.
It did.
Oh, very good.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you
did.
for
Thank
still coming today?
Yeah, of course, of course. I tried to learn a lesson from last time I presented to you all, and I tried to condense and make the PowerPoint very short, because the last time I ran out of time. I think it was about a quarter or maybe a half of the way through the presentation. And I know that you all have reviewed a lot of the supporting documents around here, so I didn't want to. I just kind of want to condense and present briefly on our plan for improvement and the actions that we've taken, and then kind of where we're at as well, what we're seeing right now from our preliminary, from our ALICE results, and from what we've been able to interpret from those summative ALICE results. So 3 real tiers here, which is our core academic achievement, our talent support, our staff, and how to coach them and make sure that they're performing, and how to make sure that our administration is ready to coach them and able to enable them to do their jobs the best they can, and create an environment with our students and our school culture, so students can succeed there. And then, of course, Dr. Turger kind of talked about our reporting and errors that we've had in reporting, and that's some of the problems with our success-ready outcomes, but there are some other issues that we're looking at as well. But to have our success-ready outcomes and make sure that our students are set up for that transition, that they're not only succeeding in our school, but set up to succeed in the future as they move on to the next phase of their life. Around priority goal 1, which is just improving the academic performance and our academic achievement. One of the pieces is just utilizing and making sure we're implementing with fidelity our HQIM, and making sure that we're staying on grade level, that we have daily student learning objectives that are on grade level, and that we're assessing around those. And we are looking at that really through our test evaluation system, and our weekly walkthroughs that we're all doing. And I talked last time we were here about kind of dividing up those walkthroughs, making sure that we're in classrooms every week, that every teacher's getting at least in their classroom, that we're collecting the data around those walkthroughs, and that we're reviewing those not only as our leadership team, but also that data is getting pushed out to the staff, and that we're using that data to drive sort of our professional development and our learning that we do as a staff. And then the checks for understanding that I talked about, and our assessments that we're having. And that really goes back to, and Dr. Turger also referenced that we have, the big push has just been learning objectives, and our teachers have gotten really creative in the way that they're putting those up and the way that they're addressing those. And that's, I think most people walk in, they kind of are wowed by the way the teachers are doing that with various little mini suspended from the ceiling, because that's really been a push for us. And then that we're having assessments that actually look and judge student achievement towards that, and then of course driving interventions around those. And that's that final piece of the targeted skill remediation, that kids who are not getting what they need, or not showing demonstration of mastery, that we are following up with those kids, and that we are using IXL as one of our primary drivers there, but that we're also doing additional instruction in tier 2 and 3 interventions for those kids around those. And then, I went too far. And so, that's sort of on the kids side, and what we're doing with kids, and also with the teachers, and really working on not just observing teachers. And there was a big feeling this year of accountability around our observations. But it really that we are growing our teachers, and they're getting more effective, and they're getting coached and feeling supported. And so, making those observations. And one of the reasons this is kind of separate, but one of the reasons that it sort of felt like accountability is we did have to do a pretty large reduction in force this year due to declining in student enrollment. And so teachers are kind of aware, of their observations and the performance, that would be, a pretty big factor within how we decided on what staff we were keeping. And so that was a big piece of it. But really what we're going to do now is transition from accountability is important, but really where they feel support, where they feel coached, and we're really driving that forward. And we're committed to coaching cycles quarterly for each teacher, and they're really growing as professionals. And then priority 3 is really that piece of, the piece of our success ready graduation. This is our counselors really has led the charge on this, but this is because it's a work in progress, and it's something that builds over all 3 to 4 years as we look at the defining merits. And I was just looking; they just released in the digital locker our merit graduates for our last cohort. And we're starting to look at that. I just sent it to our counselor to start looking through and making sure there's no corrections that need to be made on that. But it's really, a lot of the things we're putting in place now, as far as growing those success-ready pathways for students, aren't going to necessarily come to fruition until 2 or 3 years down the road, because it is a lagging indicator. And so that's something that we're really, trying to figure out from a systemic level, especially because we have a lot of kids that come into our school in 11th and 12th grade. We've got to figure out how to make sure that they're getting those upper level pathway courses through that, and they have those opportunities. But we've got really, really good, we're constantly talking to the kids about that next step, about the pathways that they're on, and trying to get the most that we can out of both our graduation rate. We've already seen a marked increase in our graduation rate. I think we went up 14 points from the previous year when this letter grade of F was attached, and we got up to 86, from 72 to 86, I believe, % graduation rate. Still want to get further. Still need to be higher on our graduation rate, but it's still a market improvement there around that. And then sort of getting into, we're really aiming for 90% of our growth on our Atlas, 90% graduation rate. And really what we've got to do as a staff, and this is one of the things I've seen, and I think everybody's been on our campus this year has seen, is the entire staff, our entire community, embracing this challenge and doing everything we can to acknowledge where we've fallen short and to really embrace the growth mindset. And that's, I think, I was talking to somebody, and there's been some talk about, should certain schools that are, if their charter is a certain thing, should they have a different accountability system? If you're taking in, a ton of kids that are well behind grade level and they're at risk, and all this sort of thing, is there need to be a different way of looking at those schools? And at one time I'd say, no, well, yeah, I think we do, because if you're a different model. But after this year, our whole team kind of have enjoyed, in a way, really embracing this challenge and then seeing the fruits of our effort. And we have seen quite a bit of success this year. And some of that is, I believe you saw the piece that was given to you and handed out. And that's just sort of our initial, I didn't have this in the presentation because the presentation was due prior to. We milked every bit of our Atlas testing window that we could. We were testing 1 test a week because we felt like that would be most effective for our students, and so that we could just really let them focus on that day, on that test. And so we just completed testing. Still have a few makeup tests that students that are wrapping up, but that piece that you all were given kind of shows our initial results. And I think sort of the story that it tells, as you look at that, is we're doing a poor job in 9th grade. And we can, and I know that this is, in talking to other people around the state, I think the other people are also having some issues around that. Our 9th grade is not where it needs to be. And we're not seeing the growth that we need to see there, and we're not seeing the achievement that we need to see there. But as students are in our system a little bit longer, and we, I think, start to get some buy-in from those students, and we start to see those students kind of buy into our model, and our teachers develop those relationships with the students, and being able to push them and drive them a little bit further, you start to see in 10th grade some turnaround there. But recognizing what we need to do in 9th grade, that we've already started discussing having a double block on our academic classes for our 9th grade classes, because what we're seeing is our kids are entering so far behind grade level, that there's just a lot of skills that are not on grade level that they need to catch up on. And so we're going to look at some ways to really perhaps double block those classes and have some math labs and some English labs so they can, get more time on those in order to get caught up sooner. And so that's a big piece. And I know that we put and everybody, I heard a presenter earlier today talking about, we've been encouraged, and I saw the memo as well, to not start looking at growth and estimating growth. And we, of course, did. And the reason we did that is because we had a reward system for our students if they met growth. We thought and obviously we can't at this point say whether they met growth or not. So we just said, if you grew at least 3 points on these, then you're going to get some rewards. And so that's sort of what we're looking at right now. And when it all shakes out in the accountability system, we may not be as well off as what we looked on this document that we shared. But I think that, for us, we wanted to be able to go ahead and show students their progress. And that's been one of the coolest things, I think, and, everybody's saying this across the state around the Atlas system, is being able to get that really quick results so that it's not next year before students find out how they did. So it's not next year before they find out if they grew. And because for our kids especially, that might as well be 10 years from now. We want to be able to talk about it immediately afterwards so it's fresh on their minds, and so that we can immediately start to address any issues they might have, but also start to praise them as they did well. And I think that is pretty much all I have, and I'll entertain any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Dr. Bacon?
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Logan, and I just wanted you to know that you and your family are definitely in my thoughts, and I appreciate you having the mental wherewithal to be here with us today and do your presentation. I do appreciate also the effort here to show some growth. A high school only situation is unique. You're bringing in kids at 9th grade. As you said, often many students may be behind. So I appreciate the look here at growth, and it looks like you are seeing some really positive growth in both, well, I guess in all 3 areas. Talk to me, you said something earlier about sort of from a leadership perspective and a school-wide perspective of creating a growth mindset. Talk to me specifically about what you all are doing at Future that you feel like is working to build and foster and facilitate a growth mindset, not only in the adults in the building, but also in your students.
Yeah, well, I think a few things. I think in the past, our culture has been such that the test was seen as a necessary evil. That it was seen as this thing that, it really didn't show our students demonstrate their learning in all these other ways, whether it's through their internships or, their interests that they have. And the test is just sort of this other thing. And I think that was really the first piece to change in our culture, is that, and I think part of it is I think we have an accountability system or a testing system now that people actually buy into, and that we can actually see immediate, get feedback, whether that's for an interim or whether that's for the summative, and get that quickly. And that's really made, I think, the difference, because it's not this sort of abstract long-term thing. It's immediate. We can see what's going on, what our results are, and then use that to drive instruction pretty quickly and to track student progress. And so I think that's been a big piece. I think for us, giving our students rewards around their growth and being able to talk to them about just the fact that, we know that you may have scored a 1 on the test, every time you've taken the test, but if you can just show that you've grown, that's what we need to see. And then another piece that, the summative, you can't just give it every week. So our teachers have created classroom tests as well that they use, and within that. And then also the IXL has been a big piece as well, and students being able to, having a reward system around that, and students really being able to dive into that and to sort of see themselves getting better. And there's been some really interesting, tracking kids that were super high in their usage of IXL and seeing major growth on the Atlas test with that as well. And kids that maybe we expected that were doing better, but they weren't using IXL much at all and not seeing as much growth from them as what we would. But I really think it's just a matter of actually, and it comes from the top down. I mean, I think it comes from us also encouraging, embracing the test, and to the point where, like, we're giving the test and we immediately are just refreshing the dashboard constantly to see we had student scores are coming in, to see those students coming in, and they're going onto our dashboard that we have of our spreadsheets that we're creating, and, that shows their old growth versus their new. And so we're really just constantly, we're showing an eagerness, I think, to embrace that and to look at that and really to say like this, yeah, there are lots of other things that these tests aren't measuring that our students do demonstrate. But the fact is, these are important things that they need to be progressing in. And so I think that's been a big piece.
One last question for me. I know you mentioned, as a high school, obviously your letter grade calculation is a little different than some of the schools that have spoken to us already today. I heard you say, and I believe we talked about this maybe when you did your last presentation, graduation rate was 72% raised to 86%. So that'll be a nice jump in your calculation. I know with all of the interesting programming you all do related to career prep, and how does your certificates of merit distinction, that piece of the letter grade look, and what opportunities are there for you all to embrace that as you move forward?
Yeah, so I think that, the pathways are one thing, but I think then whenever you look at on top of the pathway, also meaning looking at concurrent credits or looking at AP scholars or looking at different pieces like that. So that's really where we're going to be leaning heavily into our partnerships with WOTC and Peak, and really trying to funnel kids as they get into those upper levels to those programs, so that they can not only get completer or complete a success-ready pathway, but they can also demonstrate that they've met 9 concurrent credits or more within that, and really pushing that. But that's hard for us because we've had a pretty heavy attrition rate for kids that we enroll at those programs. And so, they may feel like they're ready for it, and then when they go there in 11th grade or 10th grade or whenever they're going to go there, and they do not necessarily succeed, and they last a semester, and then they're back on our campus in the afternoons instead of being over there. And so that's something that we've really recognized, is that we've got to start doing a better job of getting those kids ready, so that when they sort of leave our school and they go to this other environment that may be a little bit different, that they're still going to find success. But that's really, and then I think the other piece, which we talked about, is leveraging our internship program to really give them the opportunities to do practicums for their upper level courses as well, because we do have so many kids. All of our kids are at internship programs, and so that those internship programs are located within the pathways they've been on. But once again, high school kids are fickle, and so what they were doing in 9th and 10th grade may not be the same thing that they're doing in 11th and 12th grade. So it's really a lot, that goes back to really educating them and hopefully helping them, guiding them towards, good decisions in 9th and 10th grade. But I think the whole state's going to be dealing with a lot of these same issues, and sort of trying to figure out it. The problem for us, of course, is that we are a small school, so we don't have 20 different programs. I came from Fayetteville High School, and the number of ag programs and CTE programs that are there is immense, and so we don't have that many. And so it's really trying to funnel those kids into the programs that we do have. But we're looking at, we're also going to expand our online offerings, and by online, like on campus, but virtual offerings that students can do, so that we can hopefully appeal more broadly than just those things that we're offering in-person instruction for.
Ms. Stewart?
Well, thank you again so much for being here, and I echo Dr. Bacon's well wishes, and we are thinking about y'all for sure. So I have just a couple of questions regarding some of the things that we were just learning about. One was you mentioned the high attrition rate. So thinking about some of those supports that you may be putting in place, could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, it really goes back to the same thing of, that our rigor in the 9th and 10th grade classes, and we're moving in that direction. I think we're already we see it as, and I'm not tooting our horn about our test scores at all because they have a long way to go, but we are seeing them ramp up. And we are seeing, the level of rigor in our classrooms in 9th and 10th grade increase. And that's really what's going to do it so that, I don't know if you all are familiar with the warm demander philosophy, and disposition, and that is somebody who, they are warm, they are friendly, they are kind in the way that they interact with students, but they also are demanding. And I think that we've come a lot in the past too far on the warm and not necessarily on the demanding. And so it's really making sure that, because I think it's a culture shock for kids sometimes when they go to a different environment and the teachers aren't as warm and friendly and understanding and sympathetic to wherever they're coming from, and taking all those various factors that our school sort of takes into account whenever we're working with our students, taking all that into account whenever you're working with that individual, and so making sure that yes, we're going to take that into account, but we're still going to hold you to a high standard.
Yep. That certainly makes sense. And I was reading a little bit about the IXL piece and how you're not using that just for those students that might be at risk. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I do think that falls into some of this attrition as well, from the perspective of decreasing your attrition rate through that exercise.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we used IXL originally for those very at-risk kids, for a lot of our IEP students, and that was sort of what we're using for. And we're using some other platforms for literacy and trying to do some building-wide literacy through some other platforms. And then we kind of started diving into IXL, and a couple of our teachers who had used it pretty extensively, and they said, well, IXL can do that. And so then we just sort of started looking at it as a whole staff, and that was towards the end of last semester, we started really expanding that, the usage of that. And I think we're just going to, we are going to continue to expand that more and more and use that to really drive. Because I think that the ability that it has, I think is really great, is to really individualize for the specific student, whether if they're high performing, if they're low performing, but also to dive into specific skills that they're lacking, and really, have repeating assessments around certain skills. Because what happens a lot of times is, well, I'm out, I've assessed this skill 3 times, I'm kind of run out of a way to assess the skill, or I'm trying to make up an assessment myself or whatever, and so being able to have that process automated, I think is super useful. And that's really what we're looking at, and we were talking about the individualized, math plans and individualized reading plans that we know are coming all the way up. And we just had a conversation about this yesterday among staff, of really just going ahead and jumping ahead on that and getting that for our kids, and being really targeted and going ahead and starting to dive into their ATLAS data and go ahead and making those right now, so that they are getting those skills that they were lacking, or where they showed being deficient in, and so they go ahead and start to build those.
I do think that's wise. I think that's a great idea to do that. I definitely appreciate y'all's focus on, in your plan, HQIM, and then attaching PD to that. Can you talk a little bit about that, how you're structuring your PD, who might be administering that, and then specifically some of the examples around HQIM?
Sure. So first off, one of our math teachers who unfortunately took a job elsewhere was just part of the cohort for Algebra 1 that just took place with IM. And so that was that. We have another, our new math teacher who's actually, they were working as an interventionist before with math and English, and now they're going to be moving to working, and so they have a pretty good background with what we're doing. And they're going to be moving, but they're doing that summer cohort as well around Algebra 1 and around IM with that. And then our English teachers are attending the Savas My Perspectives training this summer as well. And so those are 2 pieces of them just really starting to dive in. But then as you get into the school year, APSRC has been working with us and working with those teachers to make sure that they're, that they understand the HQIM. They can work around the lesson. That's the algebra. I was also part of the algebra cohort that we did in in the spring, you know, and I heard somebody, a presenter earlier talking about that lesson internalization around that, and really, you know, understanding and being able to be flexible around that, and staying with what's demanded within that grade level teaching. And you know, I think that's one of the things I've seen in the past is we had these, you know, we had Savas, we had My Perspectives, we had IM, and whether there was fidelity to the implementation of those or not, or whether they were just kind of sitting over on the shelf, you know, those instructional materials. And that's, I think, once again, going back to Dr. Bacon, when we talked about sort of understanding the piece and getting the staff to understand why are we using these? You know, what's the purpose? And well, the reason we're using these is because they're going to help our students. You know, they met the standards put out, you know, to be judged as high quality, and they're actually, you know, worth doing and using to help our students succeed on the grade level.
Great. Okay. Well, that's all I have.
Sure, Duncan.
Thank you for being here with us today. I also appreciated with the WOTC and the Peak opportunities for your kids, I appreciated you calling out that they really need to have readiness and guidance to be successful in those opportunities. So thank you for that. My question kind of follows up with the HQIM and also something that you offered in your school context and year in review report. It says here that your leadership team identified a share list of non-negotiables for instruction, and I'm wondering if you might speak to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, going back, and this really came back to us looking at some of the Hattie things of like, what are the things that are super effective, you know, in a classroom. And one of the things that, and we've talked about it already, but an identified daily student learning objective that has an assessment piece built into it. And that it's posted and it's clear that we can ask the students about it, that they know what, you know, they know what that is. And so that was the one that I mean, that was one. There were quite a few other ones as well, that the classroom environment and student arrangement was set up in such a way that was conducive to whatever's going on, that there was a limit on direct instruction, that students were actively engaged in learning, whatever was going on, whether that's the expectation being that they're taking notes if there is direct instruction happening, otherwise that they're doing some kind of active learning. And so we had sort of a list of what those active learnings are. And so we had shared that as we went into the second semester with staff and really started, you know, hammering those things. For this coming year, because I feel like we've grown so much around that, we're looking at changing those non-negotiables up a little bit and making them more discipline specific, because I think what you're looking for in a math classroom, although there are those some of the same things, but I think there's also things that are different in a math classroom than what you see or looking for in an ELA classroom. And although both of them should have student learning objectives, you know, that are daily, that are there, but there may be a, you know, and that's going back to the HQIM piece. And looking at, you know, there's checklists out there of if you're going through what should a math classroom look like that's implementing IM effectively. And so those are the sort of things that we're looking at and we'll be meeting with as an admin team to talk about some this year as we go into next year, is what are the things that we want to sort of add into that observation piece. And then there's also a discussion about, you know, we're doing all these observations, but they're not necessarily being tracked in the EES platform. And so we're end up having to transcribe some stuff over. And so we're also talking about, do we want to change up the way that we're doing that? Are we going to keep doing them in Google Docs, which is what we do right now, or Google Forms, or do we want to move over and start using the EES platform more frequently?
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Again, thank you for your presentation. I just had one question that I think was from your prior conversation we had earlier this fall. I know I mentioned to you that when we looked at some of the coding you guys were using for your work-based learning opportunities, you were using the JAG code, and just was wanting to check to see if you guys had corrected that at this point. Because last time we checked, it was still showing as JAG was the work-based learning code.
I believe our counselor is working on that at this specific time, but we are looking at also, do believe we're going to implement JAG as well for our students moving next year. But yes, I believe our counselor is working with that still and on the course coding.
Okay, so on two fronts, extremely excited that you guys are looking at offering a JAG program. I think that it would fit very nicely with your population and help you to continue to increase your graduation rates and other outcomes that you're trying to target. So encourage you to do that and reach out to our office for support in that space. But just want to again highly encourage and caution you that if you continue to use the JAG code, that does impact your outcomes for your success-ready graduates, because that's not an internship. That's not a work-based learning code that's going to be able to allow you to show merit distinction. So just want you to be cautioned on that to try to get that corrected as soon as possible.
Yes, sir. And that's sort of, I guess that's been some of our hesitation around it. But I do think that it's more appropriate for some of our kids, and some of them are, and so anyway, yeah. So we're definitely, I don't think we're going to just move wholeheartedly over, but I do think that we're going to look at an implementation of that for some of our kids.
Yes, and we have several schools that are doing both and doing it well, so we can share examples of that where you can have both your JAG program and then all your other work-based learning experience for students who wouldn't qualify for JAG.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Turker, do you have any follow-up that you need to do? No, okay. Are there any other questions that we have for the charter? And then also note that we are considering during this time their school improvement plan, and then also their renewal is also being considered during this session. So are there any other questions that we have? No. Okay. So if there's no questions, then I will entertain a motion. And again, keeping into consideration, do we need to do them separately, or do we do them together? How do we need to do that there's the plan and then separate? Okay, so we're gonna do those separate. So we're first accepting a motion for the review and consideration of the school improvement plan.
I make a motion to accept the Future School of Fort Smith Charter High School's comprehensive improvement plan with the standards that were shared with us prior.
By the charter office.
By the charter office.
Yes, okay.
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion by Ms. Stewart and a second by Dr. Bacon that we accept the recommendations of the charter office to accept the recommendation for the review and consideration of the school improvement plan, that will be accepted. So is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Any would like to abstain from the vote? Okay, motion carries. So the review and consideration of the school improvement plan, that motion carries. Then next we have the renewal of existing charter. So I am ready to accept a motion on that item.
I move we approve a 3-year renewal recommendation for the Future School of Fort Smith Charter High School.
Second.
Okay. There is a motion by Mr. Baldwin and a second by Dr. Bashir Duncan that we accept the recommendation for the renewal of the existing charter for the Future School of Fort Smith for a period of 3 years. Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Any would like to abstain from the vote? Okay, very good. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all. I appreciate you so much.
Okay,
You all have a great day.
You too. Okay, now we're on to item 4, which is the consent agenda. We only have one item on the consent agenda, which is the minutes of the April 16th, 2026 regular meeting. It looks like that Mr. Scott is going to come forward and present that item.
Good afternoon, Freddie Scott, Office of School Choice and Parent Empowerment. Here today to seek your approval of last month's minutes for the April 16th Charter Authorizing Panel.
Okay, thank you. So you should have those available to you in your packet. I would ask for you to quickly review those and let us know if you have any corrections to the minutes. And after review, I will accept a motion entertain a motion for us to accept the minutes as they are written, or if we have corrections, we can also do that as well.
Make a motion? Go ahead.
Are there any corrections to the minutes?
No.
Okay, no corrections, so I will now accept a motion.
I make a motion that we accept the minutes for the April 16th charter panel meeting.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion by Ms. Stewart, a second by Dr. Brashears Duncan, that we accept the minutes from the April 16th Charter Authorization Panel meeting as written. Any discussion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Extensions? None, thank you. Okay, so now we're on to reports. Item 5, first report, item number 1 is charter school openings for fall 2026. So do we know, is that Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, okay.
Freddie Scott, Office of School Choice and Parent Empowerment. I would be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to say I appreciate the opportunity to share with you and also to have the support of the charter school office team, Dr. Smith, Dr. Turker, also Cheryl Powell, Regina Rahani, and Lydia McDonald. So thank you for having us afford this opportunity to do this outstanding work. Also, I am told it's been a long day. You have about 18 slides in this before you. I dare not go through every slide here. I've been told I've got 2 or 3 minutes, okay? So in that 2 or 3 minutes, I'd like for you to know this, that we take serious the work of what you do in authorizing and approving schools, but just because you approve a school does not mean that they open. So the work of the pre-opening checklist is just that, to test the readiness of the schools, check their progress along the way, and that's exactly what we do. So contained in this document is, number 1, there are 4 schools that were approved. 1, Arkansas Outdoor Academy, decided to defer. So there's 3 schools that we have an assessment of their readiness. Contained in this document are the domains that we look at. There are 7 domains. Also, there's a legend that speaks to every element of the domain, how we are assessing. We assess their progress. We assess also their readiness. So there's a progress score in that legend there. You can see either they've started and along the way they're okay, or they haven't started at all and they get a 0. We add points up, divide that by the total number, and that gives you a percentage, and that's your readiness percentage for each domain. So you have that captured there. Also in the back, there's an appendix. That appendix speaks to the descriptive elements of each of the domain that we share when we have our periodic meetings with each of the open new schools. So that gives you some more detail. Essentially, you want to pay attention. I believe it's slide number 4. That captures each of the schools. It's not slide 4. So what I have provided for you also after the legend is a sample checklist. So it has the domains and each of the elements of the domain. So we go through line item by line item, ensuring their readiness on each one. So what it all comes down to is the slide that showcases each of the schools in totality. You can see how they're assessed. And essentially, all of the 3 schools, as you can see, are in the yellow. 1 is in the green, meaning percentage-wise, we feel very comfortable that they're ready to start. Those are the yellow. It's not saying that they're not. It's just that we're waiting on official documentation from them so we can move them from a 3, which is good, they're in process, over to it's complete and in green. So that's essentially the process, and also what we believe represents the readiness of them to start. I welcome any questions.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions about the document that's in front
Not
of
a
you?
question, but a comment. This is very helpful. Thank you for providing this. This gives me so much more confidence of where we are, and I really appreciate the hard work you all have done to get people to the point where we can be confident they'll be ready to open. So
Well,
thank you
thank
so much.
Totally agree, and I love the color coding, so thank you for that.
Okay.
Any
I
other-
welcome any, at any particular time, if there's particular questions or that you like, please feel free to let us know.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so then, on to item number 2 under reports, charter school closings. We have 2 items, Founders Classical Academy of West Little Rock and Scott Charter Schools.
Sarper Turker, AD. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge Mr. Scott. He has done a tremendous job meeting with each school and went through this analysis with them. So, and that gives us a lot of information on where we are too. So appreciate the hard work, Mr. Scott. So we have 2 schools that they're closing. One of them is Founders Classical Academy of West Little Rock, and the other one is Scott Charter Schools. They are in the process of completing their closure checklist, and as they are not closing the district, they're just closing the schools. The process actually, it's fairly forward, and I met with both school leaders multiple times and checking on them to ensure that they are in progressing and providing the documents. As of right now, Founders Classic, they applied and submit their official document 2 weeks ago. Scott Charters, they've done it prior, a couple months ago, so they are further ahead of the closure checklist. And I checked in with them yesterday that they almost done with the progress. So we just wanted to provide and inform you that those 2 schools won't be operating upcoming school year.
Okay. So you heard the report from Dr. Turker. Are there any questions about either of these schools' closures? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, do we have any public comments? None? Okay, thank you. Meeting adjourned.